pull over the parking lot and call the police. Usually cops will respond. And so she's trying to explain what happened. She's so annoyed. And I was like, I just don't read it out. I was like, you're on the surface. But when you're participating, slow down at an intersection, and they're like, oh, and so then they hold you as the like, if it comes over and he investigates the guy who's driving recklessly, he ended up showing up and, he talks to him. Trump comes up to me and he's like, was he hauling ass? Probably. Does he have to stop?
But did she get it?
I think so. I don't think so. I ended up driving insurance anyway. But I just remember she starts crying. Y'all listen to me for a minute.
You should see the reaction.
The guy made a reckless U-turn in the middle of the road.
He just started into the right. There was a smart company. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to call the
Go ahead, court, come to order.
I've listened to the jail call from yesterday, and I've looked at the orders, and Ms. Weaver's just provided a rough of the transcript, so I'll take a look at the transcript and then get back to y'all on that. Good morning. I'll see what I think after I read everything. Okay. One thing, and I don't know whether this got resolved, but I noticed that there was an email at some point that was asking about a couple of states exhibits that might be the same thing. And I don't know if we need to deal with that or if y'all have already dealt with it. 430Y and 437Y, which were videos. Is that still an outstanding issue? That may be something we covered yesterday. Mr. Steele did, or somebody from his firm. August 8th. I mean, these may be exhibits we dealt with yesterday or the day before anyway. I just have been kind of marking things in emails that we need to cover and want to make sure this got covered. Morning.
Thank you for yesterday. I would have sent that email, but I don't remember August 8th email. Can you either let me see it or just tell me?
I mean, it says it appears the state's exhibits 430Y and 437Y are the exact same video. Shows Mr. Sledge, Mr. Jeffery Williams, Mr. Shannon, Stillwell, and others in-house talking over each other. Mr. Sledge flashes money. And I don't know who you're talking to then, but it says, can you explain why either proposed exhibit is admissible and why are there two proposed exhibits?
I think we dealt with that, not yesterday, but earlier this
I
week.
thought so too. I just wanted to double check before I cross that off my list also. Okay. All right. So do we want to do the other, were there any issues with the other CAD reports that are in the second Sharon Latner folder?
Your Honor, I have not received any objections from defense counsel related to
Okay.
the exhibits in that folder.
Are there any? It would have been in the group of 31 through 60 witnesses and the counts 3 through 7 folder, the Sharon Latner folder within that.
Judge, I didn't see any issues with the CAD report
Okay.
that haven't been previously discussed. However, I'm still obviously going through them again, but I didn't see anything
Okay,
preliminary.
well, I told y'all to do that last night and bring them to my attention today.
Didn't see anything.
Okay. All right, I'm going to assume then that there aren't any objections to any parts of those CAD reports.
Understood.
All right. And were we going to come back? I can't remember. We were to the Jean-Pierre social media. Is that because y'all needed a chance to look at that?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
I believe that I was going to narrow down which videos we were going
Okay.
to use. And I did narrow them down, but what I did not do, and I will do that now, is email over the timestamps that we think are relevant that we will plan to introduce so
Okay.
that defense counsel can take a look at it and maybe we can talk offline if there are any objections.
Okay. Did you get that finished last night or this morning?
I finished viewing it last night. What I did not do was email the timestamps.
Why did you not? So that they could have a chance to look at it before court.
That was on me, around. We were working on some other items, and so I just
All right, can
I
you
identified them, and so I will send those.
try to, like, when I give you tasks that you're supposed to do overnight, so that we can discuss them the next morning in court or the next day in court, please communicate across the aisle to the other side so that they can also be prepared.
Yes, Your
Thank you. It's not unreasonable. And then we were gonna come back on counts 27 through 29 to something with Smith. I can't really decipher my notes sometimes. What was that about?
Perhaps, Your Honor, this is something that I brought up about the videos. I knew
Okay.
that there were several videos of co-indictees that are not sitting for trial, doing live streams and kind of broadcasting things to the world about this alleged crime that none of us are charged with.
Okay.
And I raised some concerns. One of them, I understood that the state had a video of Mr. Beebe wearing a trap commander chain, but I was suggesting that maybe a still shot would
Yeah,
suffice.
y'all, the state would, thank you. The state was gonna narrow those down and figure out which you wanted to look at or which you wanted to use and which you weren't.
That's what I just addressed, Your Honor.
Okay.
Those are the timestamps. Those are the 3 videos that we looked at. We have identified the relevant timestamps of those videos.
So that's all the same thing, the Jean
Yes.
Pierre social media and that's within count. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Very good. Okay. And then I think the next thing we were going to tackle was the whatever co-conspirator statements or other supposedly admissible statements there were within the wiretaps. Is that what we were doing next?
We were doing that, and then we also wanted to see if Mr. Steele or Mr. Adams could identify which jail calls that.
Oh,
with
right.
Kenneth
Yes,
Copeland
thank you.
and-
As kind of first thing on the agenda. So I think maybe Mr. Steele, you had provided as reciprocal discovery some possible jail calls that maybe Mr. Copeland was a party to.
Yes, Your Honor. Did that in October, on October 25, 2023. I served on the state. They served on me numerous jail calls.
Okay.
I served on the state. They did not serve on me any jail calls from Forsyth County Jail.
Okay.
So I found out Mr. Copeland was housed there. There's approximately 163 jail calls from Forsyth County. I served that on them 11 months ago, maybe, whatever that comes out to. It's only a 3-week period from February 16th, 2023 jail calls to March 7th, 2023. And I am narrowing what I'm going to use
Okay.
on the cross-examination of Mr. Copeland. Also, the state served on me huge amounts of jail calls of Mr. Copeland. So I'm going to, I believe, use some of what the state served on me.
Okay.
And I'd rather not serve it on the state until they are done with the witness, because I assume that then the state will just take my cross-examination from me. So I'm not trying to play gamesmanship. I didn't have to serve any of those jail calls because I would never use them in my case in chief. It's just on cross. I'll do it as obviously you tell me to do, but if I serve it on the state and then they use it on their direct, I don't really see the purpose of me just giving away impeachment evidence.
Okay.
In addition to that, there are not going to be many jail calls to listen to. And what I plan to do is once the state surrenders the witness on direct examination, I would get all my exhibits to the court, to the state, to the court reporter, like I said, and the jail calls, I won't use them for a while. My cross, I believe, is going to be lengthy days on Mr. Copeland.
Okay.
So, they'll have plenty of time, in my opinion, to listen to the jail calls. And I'm talking about a total of maybe 10, 11, maximum, maybe a minimum of 2 or 3.
Okay, so you'll provide that, which jail calls you're gonna use at the beginning of your cross?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So then let's move to tackling this wiretap evidence. And where would be the best place for us to all look so that we're looking at the same or listening to the same thing?
Mr. Atkins served on the court and the defendants, I believe, a Dropbox link that contains these calls that we've identified, and they are in order of the way we would be addressing them.
Okay.
So we can resend the Dropbox link if anyone needs it.
Is it the August 8th one or is it a different one?
I think it's a different one. I'll let him speak.
It's a different one, Your Honor.
Okay.
I will pull up the date. It's the co-conspirator Dropbox that was on a Friday. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
He is.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, that's being done. Can I ask the court an inquiry?
Sure.
Mr. Adams is, I'm assuming he told you, but he's doing another matter, which is no problem for myself or Mr. Williams. But at approximately 1:50 to approximately 3 today, so an hour and 10 minutes, I have to be, with the court's permission, on this case, but have to be outside your courtroom. So I can't believe I could say this, but my wife was going to sit in with me, and that's okay with Mr. Williams. Is that okay? Colette comes, and her name is Colette, Colettete, Steele, Steel, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. She's been in my court before. That is fine, as long as somebody's here.
Thank you.
All right.
And that link has been resent to all parties, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, and would this be in the folder labeled additional co-conspirator statements, or where do we find it?
So, Your Honor, it's labeled D. Darlington 470, and it ends in 7355.
Got it.
And it has the wiretaps. They're saved, so we're going to be using, it stands for PDF page because the report that they generated was a 6,000-page PDF. So we will be referencing, for example, the first one is PDF page 17. So at the bottom of the D. Garlington wiretap folder, you'll see P17 and then 11 March 22 at 10:05 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Judge, what I'll do is I'll do whatever the court says, but what I'm suggesting is that I give a summary of what we're about to play, tell the court the timestamps, and then play them unless the defense wants to just tell us in advance what they object to, whatever the court says.
Okay, well, if we don't need to listen to all of them, there's no reason to listen to all of them right now. So does the defense know which ones they're gonna have objection to?
How about all of them? But I don't accept, there is a summary, a state summary in the exhibit that you just got forwarded by Mr. Atkins, and I appreciate him outlining that. I do. That makes it much easier for us to go seriatim through the wiretaps. But the summaries are in large part partially accurate. They're not fully accurate. So I'm confident that a number of us will object to all of this. And for the court's information, I don't believe any of the people on these conversations will be testifying. So in that regard, I think we need to go through them item by item.
Okay,
We didn't intend that the summaries be the portion.
okay, I don't actually, the bottom of mine is 20 March 22. I don't see an 11 March 22. Unless it's not the actual bottom.
It's at the top of the calls on the Dropbox link, page 4. For different people.
That's fine. I think what Ms. Persfield saved for me separately may be in a better order. Okay. Okay, yeah, over here, there. All right. I mean, if you're gonna play them, I don't need to open them anyway. I don't know what y'all are talking about.
Mr. Atkins, I believe, also forwarded a
Oh,
spreadsheet.
separately, yeah, okay.
And if your honor would like that, we can resend it.
That's fine. I can find it if it matters. So I found the email that has the wiretap calls guide and call detail reports. Is that what y'all are referencing as a summary, or is there something else?
Your Honor, there's a separate Excel spreadsheet that Deputy Hilton sent to the parties that we will resend.
Oh, Miss Hilton, okay.
Yes, Your
I was
Honor.
looking for
It's highlighted in
something that had
yellow.
Come from, yeah, I've got that somewhere.
And that came on Sunday at 1:40.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I've got that somewhere. All right, go ahead. Let's get started with the first one.
So the first one is going to be the call that is labeled page 1711, March 22. The time stamps that we'll be playing is 27 seconds in through 3 minutes and 25 seconds.
Oh, that shit was Chris name.
Yeah, man.
That shit, that was crazy, boy.
Man, I was just going through what I'm calling when I had them posts. He told me, tell Cole, I said, what wrong? I told you that.
Yeah, that why I got that on like, man. That shit, that just too crazy.
But that's a fool. Well, I'm like, damn, boy.
They hit him more on this.
I don't know. I think he the one that got shot in the head. I don't. Like, everybody been said he had to die first. Like, that's what they were saying at first. They were just like, bro was in critical condition for a minute.
I heard he got hit in the head.
Yeah, but Roger had they got down told me what had to happen. He had that DM me like, man, brother died too. So we just turn on the video chat shit. But he was like it came from Roger said it came from Summer Hill, but Quay just said they got into it with when they was at Chit Chat, they got into it with them henchmen niggas.
Who niggas?
Man, I think them niggas look all I rent them folk, man. You know, own folk been going back and forth, they gonna answer. Nah, not him, but like he little young nigga.
Oh yeah, I heard it little hits me shit.
Yeah, Quay say when B Slime just had the show, on for him, B Slime them got down, rushed to the car to get the file, some shit they hadn't gotten to it.
Yeah. That's crazy right there.
My cousin just called him, so he know what he told me to pull up. He got down, he know what happened.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull up and got down, see what the hell going on.
So what hell you want coming from the car?
Yeah, man, they went a little cool, man.
Oh yeah, so I thought he went to traffic or something.
Yeah, that's what I thought, cause everybody going to traffic. I be telling the nigga they go to traffic. But I ain't even say that to him last night. I said to put their clothes on. Okay.
Lure their mom up by 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
Then like somebody got shot in the car. But they ain't really showing that.
Yeah.
I get on Instagram by 6, 7, like 7, 8 or something. I'm like, damn, that's what it was.
Hey, yeah, man. I ain't know, man. Them folks blowing my phone up.
You know what I said? Them folks them folks were on, them folks. They ain't see none of them niggas in the car.
Nah,
Like,
man. Yeah, it was just them two, I think. I don't know. I ain't heard nothing, bro. I ain't called nobody.
Man, that nigga running, man. What the hell wrong with this nigga, man? That nigga walk so goddamn fast.
I ain't talking nobody but LB.
Oh, LB.
Yeah, you know he on though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, LB just laying low.
Nah, he with his folk.
Okay. The girl in charge is tripping, man. Call their phone, somebody. This ain't his number. Yeah.
For real.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think it
man.
was.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, what the hell you finna do though? You got perk?
Man, I ain't got nothing, bro. No weed, no perk, no nothing. Tay finna got down, nigga, 21 nigga, he finna got down. He said he just called his boy, he went on nothing hit back.
Okay. What they fuck we want for the week?
No, you know, I guess folk got down some 26.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Can't beat them right now.
Yeah.
Judge, this call was made on the day that the two persons who were YSL associates were killed, Mr. Ford and Mr. McMiller. It was after that. What we've heard is a call, as the court is aware, from Mr. Garlington's wiretap, where he is talking and apprising an associate, unindicted, unnamed co-conspirator, whom we believe is a person called Dwoskin Watt Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T. We believe that he is a 30 deep member. Nonetheless, regardless of who it is he's talking to, that person is an unindicted co-conspirator as well. In discussing what has just happened, they are alerting one another to something that has happened to one of theirs, and they are letting each other know what, for instance, Funk and Big Slime did, in that they rushed to the car to get the fire. They had gotten into it. My cousin had told me he just pulled up. He know what happened. I'm fist to pull up, see what come up. All of this precedes the Shamel Drinks murder. This is YSL associates getting one another informed so that YSL associates can take necessary steps, we believe, to avenge what has happened. And I said, Big Slime. I think that that's B Slime. And because of all of that, we believe that this is a co-conspirator statement, which furthers the interest of the conspiracy, that is YSL, by allowing them to properly conduct themselves following the murder of two of their own associates.
All right. Can I just ask for clarification on something, Your Honor? Okay, in Ms. Hilton's spreadsheet, it says time of statement 3:10 to 3:25, but then we just heard it. I'm just trying to know what the state's trying to admit. Is it that whole call? Is it just 3:10 to 3:25 and the whole call was played for context? I want to know what we're arguing over.
It's 27 seconds to 3 minutes. I said 3:25, but it was more like 3:38 seconds. It's not all the way at the end where they're talking about the perks and the 12s and the 26s.
Okay, so I don't know if you have in front of you what Ms. Hilton had provided earlier. In her time of statement says 3 minutes, 10 seconds to 3 minutes, 25 seconds. So just for clarification, will y'all be intending to play the entirety of what you played just now, 27 seconds to 3, whatever it is?
Yes.
3:25 or so. So, okay.
Okay, this is why we have guardrails on trials. The state just leaned over to talk to each other about who this could possibly be. They don't know how to say his name. They think it could be this person. And then they confidently declare he's an unindicted co-conspirator. They don't even know his name. This gentleman, whomever it is, that Mr. Garlington is talking about, we've never received a list of unindicted co-conspirators. And it's just,
Okay, I suspect that's because if they knew their identity, they would be indicted co-conspirators. Do you know the?
no,
I know that there are some who they know the identity of, but do you know the identity of this person?
Not with certainty. That's just what, when we asked the question, like, who do you think that this is? Investigator Vivarito said, I believe that that is, and she gave us a name.
Okay.
But there was not a further investigation on the recipients or the callers that were captured in these calls. It's the context of the calls themselves that allow us to designate the nature of the call.
Okay.
well, okay. So that call, I don't know how anyone could determine that someone's an unindicted co-conspirator from the nature of that call. They're talking about past events. They're talking about gentlemen. It appears they're talking about gentlemen who were murdered earlier in that day. They're talking about past events. There's no, as far as I can tell, there's no planning. To the extent that they're saying, oh, well, it's co-conspirators keeping themselves apprised. I don't know how they can make that statement with such confidence without even knowing who the person is. And I'm aware, Your Honor, that the case law, that the declarant needs to be a co-conspirator, not necessarily the receiver. However, if you're going to make the argument it's to keep gang members or associates apprised, then yes, I believe that the receiver also needs to be part of the conspiracy. So I don't see how this furthers the conspiracy in any way. There doesn't seem to be a conspiracy. And I'll say one other thing that is going to be a common thread throughout these arguments. The alleged facts of the Shamal Drinks murder. There's video camera, and there's video camera that puts my client and a car that he's in, and allegedly Deamonte and Garlington's in that car, although he's never seen on any sort of video. That's the state's allegation. In a separate car is what appears to be Mr. Nichols and Mr. Farley in a car, and I think they're alleging Mr. Boyer is also in that car. They're on video at the gas station. By happenstance, Mr. Drinks pulls up to that gas station after they're already there. Now, let me be very clear. Mr. Stillwell did not commit this crime. However, I will say that Mr. Drinks was shot within minutes of him showing up at the gas station where these gentlemen already were. So by even the state's theory, there's no conspiracy to kill Mr. Drinks. It's sheer happenstance. And by the state's theory, which we are saying is not true, the decision to kill Mr. Drinks would have occurred within minutes of the death.
Okay.
So
well,
it's all based on happenstance, a chance encounter, according to the state's theory. There's no grand conspiracy here.
the two aren't mutually exclusive in that there could be a conspiracy to kill people whenever you happen upon them. So, I mean,
Okay, and
you can make that argument, but they can certainly make the counter argument.
Okay, and in that case, if that is a conspiracy to kill people, and again, we're just kind of assuming that there's no evidence of that, but nothing in this call furthers
All
any
right.
such conspiracy.
Well, honestly, it would have helped to have known what you said after the call, before the call, so that I know what I'm listening for. So I'm going to need to listen to the call again. Okay. And then let's do it the other way for the remaining goals.
Will do. And
Thank you.
also, there was, since we're rehearing it, I'll tell you that you're gonna hear in the call, one apprising the other that SB is laying low with his folks. There's that comment in there, but I'll play it again.
All right.
Oh, that shit was Chris name.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
that shit, that was crazy, boy.
Man, I'm just going through what I'm calling when I had them posts. He told man, tell Corey, I said, what's wrong? I told you that.
Yeah, that what I got that on, like, man. That shit, that just too crazy.
But that's a fool. Boy, I'm like, damn, boy.
They hit him more on this.
I don't know. I think he the one that got shot in the head. I don't. Like, everybody been said he hadn't died first. Like, that's what they were saying at first.
And Judge, just so that the court has further context, Chamel Drinks is DFW, and DFW, I said that wrong. Hold on. I'm sorry. I was reading notes. We think a timeline might help you as well. So we're going to give you a little bit more background than what I just gave you. We're going to start further back.
So, Your Honor, just so the court is aware, we believe that the Chamel Drinks murder is the culmination of a few different events, really starting in February of 2022. On February 9th, 2022, Rayshawn Bennett, also known as YFN Lucci, was stabbed in the Fulton County Jail by Jaden Myrick, a YSL associate. He did not pass away, so believing that they wanted to finish the job, on February 22nd, 2022, another YSL associate, Christian Eppinger, reached out to another YSL associate, Antonio Sumlin, to get permission to finish off what Jaden Myrick did not do. That information about Mr. Bennett being stabbed in the jail in February hit the media sometime early March. I think maybe around March 3rd or March 4th is when that information was released to the media. On March 11th, in the early morning hours, that is when Christian McMiller and Darius Ford were murdered. Pending that release, we believe that they were murdered by YFN associates. We have shell casings from the murder scene that match a shooting that happened on March 16th that I'll get to in a moment. After the shooting of Mr. Ford and Mr. McMiller in the early morning hours on March 11th, there was another shooting on March 12th in which a YSL associate, Stephen Harris, shot at in the direction of 12 Atlanta Avenue, which is a YFN stronghold, hitting a YFN associate. His name is escaping me at the moment. Following that, there is a call that the court will hear in a moment in which there's a shootout on Cleveland Avenue in which Deamonte Garlington and I believe Mr. Stillwell are involved in the shootout on Cleveland Avenue. Following that, in the morning hours of, I believe it's the 13th of March, it might be in the early morning hours of the 12th of March, there is a drive-by shooting near 2830 Waters Road. This is what we believe is the trap house of Big Nick, who is, I think it's Nicholas Carter, forgive me on the last name, but he is a YSL associate. Following that shootout is when there's some social media postings, Your Honor, in which Shell Kel, who you've heard of, Kelvin Watts, repost a picture with Chamel Drinks, Kelvin Watts, and another individual that could have had some subliminal messaging that they were the persons responsible for killing Christian McMiller and Darius Ford a few days earlier. Those posts were posted around between the 12th and the 14th, Your Honor. Also, there were some other social media posts from YSL associates basically claiming they are not going to be the only ones crying tonight, things of that nature. Then we have the murder of Shamel Drinks on March 14th at about 9:55 p.m. in the evening. And then following the murder of Shamel Drinks, we have on March 16th in the early morning hours around 12 o'clock a.m., another drive-by shooting at 2830 Waters Road, where you will hear some wiretap calls of Mr. Garlington, Mr. Stillwell, and Mr. Farley actually at the house during the time of the drive-by shooting, or immediately after the drive-by shooting. And then Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Nichols are apprehended on March 17th. So understand that timeline. A number of these early wiretap calls are going to come into that time period with when all those events are happening. Go further and going into the conspiracy. Your Honor.
All right, thank you. That's helpful.
They was like, bro was in critical condition for a minute.
I heard you got hit in the head.
Yeah, but Roger had then got down told me what had to him. He had then DM me like, man, brother died too. So we just turn on the video chat shit. But he was like Roger said it came from Summer Hill, but Quaker just said they got into it with when they was at Chit Chat, they got into it with them henchmen niggas.
Who niggas?
Man, I think them niggas a whole lot of rent them folk, man. You know, on phone been going back and forth. They gonna answer.
All I rent?
Nah, not him, but like his little young nigga.
Oh yeah, I heard it little hits me shit.
Yeah, Quaker said when B Slime just had the show, on phone B Slime them got down, rushed to the car to get the file, some shit. They hadn't got into it.
Yeah. They're crazy right now.
My cousin just called him, so he know what he told me to pull up. He got down, he know what happened.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull up and got down and see what the hell going on.
So what hell you want coming from the car?
Yeah, man, it went a little cord, man.
Oh yeah, so I thought he went to traffic or something.
Yeah, that's what I thought, cause everybody going to traffic. I be telling that nigga they go to traffic. But I ain't even say that to him last night, saying to put their clothes on. Okay.
Lose their mom up by 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
Then like somebody got shot in the car. But they ain't really showing them.
Yeah.
I get on Instagram by 6, 7, like 7, 8 or something. I'm like, damn, that's what it was.
Hey, yeah, man. I ain't know, man. Them folks blowing my phone up.
You know what I'm saying? Them folks were on one. Them folks, they ain't seen none of them niggas in the car.
Nah,
like,
man. Yeah, it was just them two, I think. I don't know, but I ain't heard nothing, bro. I ain't called nobody.
Man, that nigga running, man. What the hell wrong with this nigga, man? That nigga walk so goddamn fast.
I ain't talking nobody but Ed B.
Oh, Ed B.
Yeah, you know he on though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Ed B just laying low.
Nah, he with his folk.
Okay. Yeah, the girl in charge is tripping, man. Called their phone, somebody, this ain't hitting on. Yeah.
For real.
Yeah,
man. Yeah.
Okay. Hey, what the hell you finna do though? You got perk?
Man, I ain't got nothing, bro. No weed, no perk, no nothing. Tay finna got down.
I just stopped it at the 3:45 mark, rather than
All right. All right, both of the speakers seem very familiar with who the people are, and it may not be, I'll give you, they don't seem to be plotting any retaliation in this call, but they do seem to be getting apprised of what's going on, and it be an all-out war and things like that. So I'm gonna permit that under the co-conspirator exception.
Can I Judge, on behalf of Mr. Nichols, I'm going to join in to each of these, and I may have something additional. I do want to say that for all of these, I don't know whether the state has established that there was a conspiracy that existed, which is the first element of any admission of 801 D2E purported statements. And I think what I heard in this, although a lot more was played than was in the spreadsheet, and I understand that may have just been a mistake, but I heard a lot of "I think" and "who is that?" And it sounds like I got that on Instagram. So I want to have a continuing objection, and I'll object again when it's appropriate, to what's commonly referred to as nested hearsay, which is somebody saying what somebody else said. It's hearsay nested within hearsay. So I don't know whether, well, I don't agree, of course, with the court's ruling. I'll abide by it, but I think there's more to it than just they're telling them what's going on. I think they're telling them what they heard, what's on Instagram, and I want to make sure that this quay, somebody said quay, not qua, or qua, but quay, and I think the response was, "Who's that?" And then they talked a little bit about that. That is not Mr. Nichols. And if there is any dispute about that, we can go into that further.
All right, well, with regard to the nested hearsay objection, I don't think that what got posted on Instagram or anything like that, that might be nested. It's only hearsay if it's being offered for the truth, and that type is not, I think, being offered the truth. Is that correct, Ms. Love? It's being offered to show that they are trying to keep apprised of the latest that's going down between these rivaling factions.
That is
so overruled.
Exactly right.
And I mean, yeah, it certainly sounds like quay to me. And so if there's going to be any,
There's not going to be speculation unless someone decides he wants to tell who that is. There's not going to be any speculation about who Quay is or
all right,
assertion that it's Nichols.
okay, let's move to the next one.
I meant Darling.
And then y'all give me kind of the rundown of what I need to be listening for and why you think it's admissible under a co-conspirator exception
Yes, Your
before I listen to it.
Yes, Your The next one that we're going to play is the call on page 25 from March 12th, 2022. And this is a call that speaks to the portion of the indictment regarding the sale of narcotics to support the enterprise. And on this call, Mr. Garlington is on the phone with the female who is asking, where are the people with the perks? Mr. Garlington's response is, SB says he has no more. Everybody in the studio just wants some. Everybody in the studio wants some. They just bought him out. I'm going to let the court hear it. That's just a summary of what we have, but in terms of.
And that's what counts of either the indictment or overt acts.
It's count one, more appropriately looked at on page.
So it's not a separate count, it's just an overt act.
It's right, but under
Okay.
part one, the conspiracy, if the court, in the, both the body of the count itself and underneath the description of the conspiracy, where we list obtaining money, weapons, and other property through acts of racketeering activity, including, inter alia, the unlawful sale and distribution of drugs.
Your Honor, to address your question, in overt acts or substantive counts, neither Mr. Stillwell nor Mr. Garlington are charged with distribution of drugs. That's nowhere in the indictment.
The conspiracy is described as that.
Where, what page of
Page
the?
12, I believe, if you have it labeled the way I have it, but it is directly under count 1, after the names are listed and after the statute itself is described, we have in the indictment, part 1, the conspiracy. And if the court looks at the 4th bullet point under the paragraph labeled part 1,
All
the
right.
conspiracy.
Okay, I see what you're talking about. And then do you have overt acts that are,
We do have that, some that are drug related,
okay,
not one that describes this particular transaction, but we have some that are drug related. I want to be clear that
where are those? Which numbers?
I'm sorry, act number 3, possession of marijuana with the intent to distribute by Shannon Stillwell. Act number 8, possession of cocaine with the intent to distribute by Antonio Sledge. Also in the counts themselves at the very back, we have count 60, Martinez Arnold, Deamonte, Kendricks, Jeffrey Williams charged with possession of cocaine. They are also charged with
It just, possession of cocaine doesn't get anybody any money.
violation of count 59, violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, possession of codeine with the intent to distribute, count 58, violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, possession of marijuana with the intent to distribute. They are charged with gang activity, to wit, possession of marijuana with the intent to distribute, possession of codeine with the intent to distribute.
All right, and so this would be evidence simply of the pattern of racketeering activity by members of the alleged RICO enterprise.
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'll point out that these are different individuals, different types of drugs,
Mm-hmm.
and from absent the count that the count involving Mr. Williams from 2022, those other examples of drug-related overt acts are from approximately 9 years before this wiretap.
Okay.
And Your Honor, the counts, the substantive counts that you just referred to, they're all on May 9th, 2022. You should know that's the date that Mr. Williams was arrested. He has a home, he has many homes actually in Atlanta and elsewhere. And law enforcement officers found several people who lived at that home. This was not a distribution.
I mean, I understand very clearly that the state's alleging this and the state's proving it as, yeah, I understand. People have drugs. They may be illegal, but people have drugs. People have parties. Sometimes people have a lot of drugs. And establishing that you've got a lot of drugs and establishing that you are intending to distribute those drugs to garner additional money for your alleged enterprise are two entirely different things. That'll be up to the jury to decide. They can offer their proof. I mean, that's not what I'm here to decide. I'm here to decide, is it admissible under the rules of evidence? So I hear what you're saying, You're gonna have to tell that to the jury. That's not up to me. All right, so, so I understand the purpose for it, so let's go ahead and hear do we know who the female is?
We do not have information definitively.
All right,
Hold on,
go ahead.
let me see. Okay, wait a minute. Based on the information that we received from investigator Viverito, the female may be a young woman by the name of, well, I don't want to give her whole name, but her last name is Jones.
Okay.
And she is the mother of one of our defendants' child.
Okay.
So in terms of the portion that we're playing, we're starting at 51 seconds. Zero, 51. I'm sorry, going to 51 seconds, starting at the beginning of the call.
All right.
Hello?
Where the hell you going?
Right here finna go. Everybody finna go. They finna go to Coca-Cola. We got now.
Okay, where the nigga with the person?
Huh?
Where the nigga with the person?
Huh?
Where the nigga with the person?
If he say he ain't got no more.
He don't got no more.
Yeah. We at
Okay.
the studio. We at the studio. You know you gonna say like.
I'm outside the studio.
You just seen me run out then.
Right, that's why I said where you going. So you don't know nobody else that got some?
Everybody in the studio just had some son. They just bought them out.
And I stopped at 52 seconds, but it was just after he said they just bought him out.
So whether it proves it or not is yet to be determined, but I'll permit that under a co-conspirator exception to hearsay.
And for the record, Your Honor, I would also argue not only is this not part of any conspiracy, but also that Mr. Garlington informing someone that Mr. Stillwell is out of pills is not in furtherance of him selling pills.
No, but it might establish that it's something that he typically does.
I understand why the state wants it in to show that my client's a drug dealer, which is why I want it out. But the hook for admissibility is that it's in furtherance of the conspiracy, as I understand the law of co-conspirator statements, and I don't believe it's in the furtherance of any conspiracy.
What is the state's response to that?
That in asking for the pills, where are the pills, and in giving the information that the studio, they just bought him out, they are furthering the conspiracy by requesting more to be re-upped and getting information about where they are in terms of their supply. This furthers the conspiracy, that aspect of the conspiracy wherein they sell or distribute narcotics to gain money, weapon, or other property through racketeering activity, including the unlawful sale and distribution of drugs.
Well, that doesn't work for 801D2E. The declarant needs to be part of the conspiracy. Someone requesting pills for Mr. Garlington is not in any way, under any argument, cannot be part of any YSL conspiracy. A buyer and a seller are not part of the same conspiracy. And so we have an unknown declarant who's seeking to buy pills, and the state is seeking to admit their statements as part of a conspiracy. And I don't believe that fits under the hearsay exception.
Your Honor, the conspiracy is not the interaction between those two people. The conspiracy is the broader conspiracy of the YSL enterprise and what and how they conduct their operations. So in as much as they sell and distribute narcotics to gain property and other activity, the conversation wherein Mr. Garlington is attempting to gain more narcotics, or this young woman is asking where the perks at. She's trying to get narcotics from a YSL member, and Mr. Garlington is saying that Shannon says, or SB says, he doesn't have any more, but everybody in the studio wants some. They just bought him out. They are, if the court considers the Georgia Supreme Court's liberal standard applied to determining whether or not their statements in some way further the conspiracy, the statements can be construed to mean we're trying to re-up. We are apprising, I'm apprising you, this girl who is also, we would argue, an unindicted. She is in the sense that she is participating in the drug aspect of this larger conspiracy. She is participating in an effort to continue the sale or distribution of drugs within the YSL enterprise.
Okay, so, I mean, I think it does show that Mr. Garlington is involved in, has knowledge of SB's supply chain, and when he has it and when he doesn't, and what has just happened. They've just been bought out. I'm gonna permit it. Again, whether that's an ultimately successful and convincing argument is for the jury. You may.
And for the proposition that buyer and seller cannot be co-conspirators, it's Darville, DARVILLE v. State, 289 Georgia 698 at 715. It's a 2011 case.
All right, but it doesn't appear that Mr. Garlington is a buyer or a seller right now. He seems to be kind of a middleman for communication. So if your argument's he's a buyer or a seller and it can't be both the buyer and the seller, that's not who's having a conversation.
No, my argument was that the state's seeking to get in the words of this young lady who is clearly a buyer. And if we're saying that YSL is a set of sellers, a conspiracy of sellers, she cannot be a conspirator with them. And that's my argument.
Okay, well, I'm admitting his statements under the co-conspirator exception, and hers would just be to give context to what on earth he is talking about.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Understanding the court's ruling, can the record also show that you consider that this is spilling the beans and it's not in furtherance of the conspiracy, because all it's doing is saying the person doesn't have something that does not further the conspiracy. It's not like he is going to rob someone to get the drugs. So I just ask that the record show we're not waiving that issue.
All right.
either.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the court,
Mhm.
I wasn't certain whether Mr. Steele was asking the court to find that, or if he was just saying that that was their objection. I just wanted that clarity. Was he?
Well, I'm sure he would like for me to find that it wasn't in furtherance of the conspiracy. So yes, I do think he's asking that. AD's objecting on that basis.
Thank you.
Understood. Keep making the record clear.
Thank you.
All right. What's the next one?
The next call is on page 40. This is Mr. Stillwell speaking with Mr. Garlington.
And what's this going to be about?
And in that particular call,
Okay, I mean, I think the summary provided by Ms. Hilton gives me enough context for this one.
okay.
All right.
So we're going to go from the beginning of the call to 1 minute and 12 seconds. It's a 1 minute and 46-second call. No, we're not playing because I didn't share.
Yo,
What the hell you got going on?
shit, you got up?
Anybody asked, we went and looked like something in the midnight. Anybody just said we went and looked for them motherfuckers. We couldn't find them.
Okay.
Don't tell nobody.
Yeah, I know. Well, there you got.
Leave them alone.
Leave me alone. What you gonna do?
Shit, same old shit.
Same shit.
Same shit.
I'm saying, what you got?
Some told me gonna come pick me up. Shit, that was on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Think somebody beat him, Rodlo. I said, man, Rodlo ain't getting no coat.
Yeah.
I tried that shit yesterday with a nigga on goddamn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I stopped it at 1 minute and 14 seconds.
What's our argument against this one?
Mr. Stillwell is apparently on the recording, or what's alleged to be Ms. Stillwell saying, but I couldn't find it. I don't know what the state's theory on how this advances a conspiracy. I can guess, but the pronoun it doesn't make a lot of sense to fit their theory. So I don't, from the context, I don't see how that could be in furtherance of a conspiracy. That seems just like talk, which we obviously aren't privy to the conversations that these gentlemen have offline, which would provide context and context that they have it with each other. But that's my objection.
So, Your Honor, we believe this is a party opponent statement of Mr. Stillwell, but from the state's reading of this call, they're trying to do a drive-by shooting, but they can't find the op, just to put it plainly. And then when they're asking, when one is asking what you're getting into and the other one says the same old shit, the same shit, essentially they are apprising one another of their efforts to shoot an opposition gang member.
And I don't know whether it says it or him, but
Right.
regardless, I mean, the whole context of it, you can tell that's exactly what they're talking about is what Ms. Love just offered, gonna admit it both as an admission by a party opponent and under the co-conspirator exception.
May we have a continuing objection to all these?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that just because I'm ruling against y'all, y'all aren't waiving your objection. Unless, and I still understand it, but do you mean you're now not gonna voice objection to the rest of them? You're just gonna assume that
No, I was talking about
Okay.
at trial with the
yes,
jury
yes,
when these
of
are
course.
presented.
All right, next one.
The next one is page 61, March 12th, 2022 call. The applicable portions are from the beginning to two minutes and 35 seconds. And in this call, well, we have the summary that's listed. If the court needs more, I can give more.
No, go ahead and listen to it.
Oh, Twin.
What the heck going, son?
Man, shit. Right here on the east side.
On the east side, what have you been up to?
Man, shit, chilling.
Yeah.
What the hell you got going, bro? You alright?
Man, that shit that crazy, yeah, man. That shit
Man,
that gay.
oh, God. Main reason why I been staying in the house, man.
Man, what? That is crazy, but nigga ain't really even trying to go wild. There's been too much going on, bro.
Man, what? I been chilling with my brother, boy. If I ain't at the spot, my brother, boy, I'm in the house, man.
Yeah, man.
Man, you know, goddamn, you know, I ain't got that going, you know, you need, I'm gonna call away, though.
Yeah, for sure. I wouldn't do that. Like they told me, little brother, what was your little partner? I don't even know that nigga from the paint.
Who?
They're done.
But my mama told me and my brother in the car right now, nigga. We come these nigga now trying to see what the hell he said.
Who?
That nigga, you talking about little Dunn daughter?
Nah, hell no.
Are you talking about little Dunn?
Yeah.
Oh wait, yeah, you might be serving him or something.
No. He like that. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, no, cuz, you know what I'm saying? We got down, I go with the whole, but I think the whole, like, telling him, like, you know, I stayed, he talking about what you want to do, like, what do you want, like, what do you want to even know me, why you want to play like that?
Man, what?
Yeah, somebody just called me and told me this shit, like, I don't even fuck with the whole, like, nigga,
Who?
Man, the whole, who everybody was just fucking with, man.
What old Twin?
Oh, YSL.
I don't know her, but I'm gonna holler at little Dunn about that.
Yeah, I don't know tonight. What you want? Like, what you want to do back?
But you seen it with your own eyes.
No, nigga say he heard it. You know, I got down. You know the little shit with the him playing out. She thinks he got down Shannon. And Fulton set her up. Yeah, she think like they set her up, so she got down like. These niggas want to play like that. Like, I know what all the drops did. Like, I know what all these drops did. So they were like, they hurt. Yeah, they were like, they hurt. And they were like, all right, so what you want to do? What you want to do like the nigga did? Okay. Yeah, but I don't even know you.
Eliminate. And here, don't call that nigga. I ain't got no number for him. I'm gonna take his call. Yeah, you got going on, man. You know, I'm not here in the street, bro. Who the hell you gonna have to fool you?
I'm telling you.
Man, be smooth, man. Come on, man. They probably just tone forward, so you know how to go, bro.
Yeah.
I don't think you call that nigga right now. Get him to the top. I got you.
Yeah.
If the court wants to hear from us first, I can, or.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, Judge, this call is one in which one is apprising the other of what's going on, letting him know. Mr. Garlington letting the other male know about things that may put them in danger. This person believes, one of the opposition members believed that Shannon and Pokey set her up. He's apprising the other male that he's talking to that this person is asserting they know where all the drops and the spots are. In keeping them, one another, co-conspirators, up to date on possible actions that might be harmful to the group. They are allowing each other to remain alert and ready for any action that may come as a result of what this person that they're talking about is doing.
Hear from anybody on the defense side?
Same objections, but I heard a lot of nested hearsay in this. There's speculation. There is, I heard it, they heard it. It's replete with nested hearsay, and we still don't have an identification of the person being called. So for all the reasons that we've said before, I think that this cannot be considered to be something that fits within the particular definition of 801D2E. And I just want to say that the courts have said, and I quote, "The proponent of the out-of-court statement is not entitled to a free pass. A judicial determination that a co-conspirator's statement tended to further the conspiracy must be supported by some plausible basis in the record. To that extent, the in furtherance requirement represents a real limitation on the admissibility of co-conspirator statements." Here, half of the conversation is by an unknown declarant. We do not know whether or not that person is part of this alleged conspiracy, or even a non-noticed and never noticed alleged co-conspirator. We asked for a list of co-conspirators in November of 2000 or December of 2023. We've never been provided that. And all of a sudden we get into these hearings and everybody in the world, the guy at the gas station, the guy on the corner, Hillary Clinton, they're unindicted co-conspirators. And we find that out when we're sitting here arguing about it. So this is a distinct example of speculation by an unknown declarant.
And I'll add, Your Honor, that, and maybe I'm the only one, but listening to that, I mean, I understand that there seems to be general criminality maybe just discussed, but as far as distinct, what they're talking about and distinct crimes, I'm a little lost when I listen to that. So I don't know how, if we don't even really know distinctly what they're talking about, I don't know how we could deem their subject matter part of a distinct conspiracy.
State want to reply?
Yes, Your Honor. I think that the context of this call makes it clear that they are apprising and warning one another of possible harmful actions by an opposition member and keeping one another apprised of possible harm at the hands of opposition is an act that furthers the interest of the conspiracy. The conspiracy being the YSL enterprise, the criminal street gang that is YSL, in keeping their members out of harm's way, from being harmed. That type of sharing of information furthers their interest in knowing what the opposition is doing and is about to do and may do to them.
All right, I'm gonna rule that that's admissible.
is page 71. Meghann Cuniff is asking Shannon Stillwell if he should bring the whatchamacallit. We believe that the whatchamacallit is a gun. And bringing the whatchamacallit allows one YSL member to be prepared for the opposition that we believe they anticipate they may be encountering. So we're going to play the call on page 71 of the PDF.
The state in their lead-in, are they giving the court and us what they believe this is about, or are they quoting to a previous call that they're saying provides context? Because the state just declared like all of these facts, but I don't know if that's based in fact or just kind of their theory.
Judge, we give the court the reason that we believe that the call is pertinent and the reason that we believe it furthers the conspiracy. If there is an alternative interpretation made by anyone, then obviously that's an argument that they can make. But this is the reason that we're offering and attempting to have this deemed admissible. That's what the court asked us to do.
Okay, well, I mean, I'll listen to what's on the call. And we'll take a restroom break after this call.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's a follow you.
Yo,
Come outside, bro.
hey,
Yeah.
Brandon, what I'm calling?
I told you, don't bring it yet, bro.
All right.
Yeah.
Is there more to that conversation, or that's just all we have?
That's all that there is to that call, but we have other calls during this time, and Ms. Hilton sort of gave the court the timeline, the reason that that we believe that this call is referring to a gun. They're not wanting to say gun, and they are obviously arming themselves for what they believe is about to happen as a result of the fact that two of their associates have just been gunned down.
All right.
They're obviously doing this, obviously doing that. And I understand, you know, things are for the jury to determine. But my point, Your Honor, the danger of this is everyone sounds suspect when they're on a wiretap. I mean, that's, when you hear a wiretap conversation, it sounds suspect. And the reality is later on in this, we're going to hear some more calls. And Mr. Stillwell talks about bringing things out wrapped in a towel, bringing things out, make sure it's white. And here's the thing, we litigated some things earlier. Mr. Stillwell was arrested in the middle of a sacrifice of a goat. And the backstory behind that is E5 religion and different practices involving that. We suppressed that information. There's in this, and I don't think I should have to argue this to the jury and bring up religion, but the reality is there's multiple references of bringing things in towels. And as part of that religion, there's a thing called elekes, and they're the beads. And they're not to be brought outside unless wrapped in a towel, and preferably a white towel. They're supposed to be wrapped, not exposed to the element or outside. So there are alternative explanations for a lot of these things, and it's just bare speculation by the state. And to refute that, I don't really want to get into my client's religion and all of that. And I guess I will if I have to, but there was a reason that was off limits. And if we're just forcing me to present all that just based on bare suspicion by them and speculation, I don't think that's appropriate. I think we have to demand that they have some actual evidence of this is what they're talking about, and it furthers the conspiracy, not, oh, we think this is what they could be talking about. And that's my concern.
Okay, and it seems to me that the timeline that they provided is enough of the evidence to suffice. It's not in a vacuum.
And Your Honor, I would also say that we are pulling calls in an effort not to play all of the calls, because if anybody sat there and listened to them in succession, it would be even clearer than it appears at this moment what they're talking about, and anyone would be able to distinguish when they're talking about their EFA religion versus pulling out a strap or bringing a gun to go shoot someone in a drive-by. So we're pulling these calls to limit the number of calls and evidence that we're presenting to the jury to make the trial more efficient. But the way that I'm hearing it, the only way that you know it to the satisfaction being asserted by counsel is if we play every one of the calls so you could see what it is exactly that they are and are not talking about. But we don't believe that that is necessary.
Okay, well, I mean, y'all try your case the way you see fit to try it. I'm going to admit this over objection. Let's move on to the next one. Oh, sorry, we were going to take a restroom break. Yeah, obviously don't need one yet. I'm still up here drinking water. All right, we'll take at 11. Hang on. Who are we missing? You can go ahead and get it queued up. All right.
So, Judge, the next one we have on the list is 152. Though 115 is one we'll come back to. We didn't have it on the list that Ms. Hilton sent. It's in the Dropbox link. It's not on the shorter list. So we'll come back to 115 and just go skip to 152.
Okay.
152.
I think maybe it seems like maybe the page numbers on this are maybe one off on a lot of these. So I think it's 150 on this, but for whatever reason, 152.
No, Your Honor, so the left column is the reference number.
Yeah.
Don't look at the reference number column, look at the PDF page number column, which is the second column in.
Honestly, so that I could fit it on one screen, I ditched some columns.
Oh,
So
okay.
whatever, I'm following y'all.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, all right.
I don't see 151. What you, I'm sorry, I'm still a little bit confused. Is it the call reference is 150 though, right?
It is, Mr.
Okay, thank you.
Harvey.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
So if you all would just ignore entirely the column that says, if I may, Your Honor, ignore entirely the column that says reference number. Look immediately to its right at the column that says PDF page number. And that is the number we will reference when identifying the calls. And we will, yes. C4.
So when we were before the jury with these, is there going to be any faster of a way for y'all to get these queued up and to the right part?
Yes, we have a graphics team working.
Great, thank you.
Start at 4 minutes and 47 seconds in. I'll start at 4:24.
Why I'm good? I love you like a motherfucker. I don't love you like real good. Yeah, bro. D, is you sad about that thing for real? Man, I'm DB on sad here, bro. That's why I just had to come drink, bro.
That's why I said I ain't called you. Dad said, "Do okay?" I said, "I text. I ain't want to call him." He said, "Yeah, he answered. I called."
Yeah, that fucked up. That shit got me hurt, bro. I fucked, bro.
Yeah, that shit put me on. I know dude said I did.
Yeah, man.
Damn, dude, probably little shit too.
I know it, bro. Damn.
That shit crazy. That fuck had said they had like 45 gun shells out there.
Huh? 45 gun shit?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, Cash, we don't get back. We already get.
D, you got to show that down somewhere.
I am, but still, bro. I am. Sit down. Listen, I'm gonna sit down, bro.
But you got to show that down somewhere.
I am, but bro, nigga, that issue the game out here playing. For real, bro. Like, I already going through shit before that. Like, it like all the type of trying. They got run on my head. Like, when I see that going places, you see, I'm worried about shit, bro. I be prepared. I be prepared for shit. If a nigga pay me, that they know that shit ain't gonna be easy. I just got to a shootout early.
Why the fuck you get to a shootout, D?
Because it was a car looking strange. Don't say nothing. Me, Shannon, all that dump there.
Why would you? Oh my god.
Because the car, they were 3 deep with hoods on, so I had to shoot. I don't know. The day it was the car. The day on Cleveland. It was a car. I know it, huh? Yeah, you do.
They you need to
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. That's how they follow me. That's how they follow me. So cool. I went on. Mm-hmm. That's what's going up at 131. Yeah, I just talked to phone. I talked to him. I told him. He just said, you know what we on every day. Hello? What you doing up at 131, bro?
I was asleep. They woke me up and said me was dead.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, damn.
I'm gonna tell you I'm trying to book. I'm in the car, right?
All right, be safe.
I love you too. If you want to take that, you're going on block. Heard?
Okay.
All right.
So, Judge, this one we believe comes in a couple of different ways. Obviously, it's a statement against penal interest that Mr. Garlington is making about him and Mr. Stillwell. He is, as the young lady is apprising him that people said that there were 45 gun shells out there. He is telling her that they're gonna get some get back. There's gonna be retaliation. Those come in under that exception. The called party, it appears, is playing a role of support to Mr. Garlington as he is telling her what they are going to do. She's apprising him of a number of gun shell casings they said that they found, as he's telling her they have money on his head and he's prepared for stuff. This isn't going to be easy. Telling her that he had just gotten into a shootout earlier on Cleveland again is a statement against penal interest. But in talking with her and in communicating with her, he is able to further the interest of the conspiracy this furthers the interest of the conspiracy in that he is able to lean on this person for the support that she is giving him through the course of this conversation. So our position is that it comes in, it's a couple of hearsay exceptions that it falls under. Co-conspirator statement and statement against penal interest. And it also is a reflection of Mr. Garlington's state of mind, his statement that they're going to get some get back. So it's sort of a reaction and a present sense impression.
Respectfully, I don't think the case law supports the lean on for support exception to the hearsay rule under 801 D2E. This is classic spilling beans. It should be noted that Mr. Arlington says at the very end, I'm drunk as F. So he's intoxicated, he's talking to a girl, he's likely boasting, trying to seem tough for his own personal reasons that have nothing to do with the conspiracy. And it's not furthering the conspiracy in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, no, I don't believe this would come in under the co-conspirator exception. There are portions of it that would come in as a statement against penal interest, but it's going to need to be a whole lot more narrow than this entire conversation.
And Your Honor, I would ask that the court look at, if the court sees the case the way that I do, I'm not saying that it will, but Mosley versus the state, 307 Georgia 711 at Penn site 717, where at trial, Singleton testified that shortly after Brown and Mosley arrived at her residence, she had an emotional conversation with Brown in which Brown disclosed that Mosley shot Carter. Mosley contends that this statement did not further the conspiracy, but instead, quote, spilled beans. However, the court found narratives of past events, and they were quoting Kemp at 303 Georgia, 385 at Penn site 395, stating narratives of past events are admissible under Rule 801 D2E if they serve some present purpose in the conspiracy. The court pointed out here that the context of Brown's statement is important, and then went on to say that it is clear that Brown relied extensively on Singleton for help throughout the week-long crime spree. The court noted that Brown used Singleton's telephone to set up additional crimes, including the one involving Knight, and Mosley and Brown continued their crimes while staying at Singleton's residence and hid the evidence in the residence while staying there. Brown's statement to Singleton, in which she identified Mosley as a trigger man, was made during an emotional conversation in which Brown asked Singleton for help. Thus, Brown's statement to Singleton was not simply a confession. Instead, it was made as part of Brown's ongoing relationship with Singleton and as part of Brown's continued need for assistance from Singleton, whether emotional or logistical, while she and Mosley continued to commit their crimes and attempted to evade arrest. Accordingly, given the liberal standard applied to this inquiry, it was not clearly erroneous for the trial court to conclude that Brown's statement that Mosley shot Carter was made in furtherance of the conspiracy. And we understand that the court may need more context than what it hears, but I just wanted the court to be aware of that particular case that we think might.
Okay, well, this doesn't seem to be that kind of a situation where he's saying pouring his heart out and needing support and logistical backup and anything like that. So I understand that that could be a co-conspirator statement in that kind of circumstance. I just don't find this to be that kind of a circumstance. So do you think you understand the portions of it that would be in against penal interest, or do we need to, you can take a look at it and then bring back a more narrowed one?
Yes.
Okay.
In my
Yes.
understanding, for statements against penal interest, my client's name would need to be redacted out of that.
Agreed.
It's against the penal interest of Mr. Garlington. It comes in against Mr. Garlington perhaps, but not against anybody else. I would not expect if it's a statement against Garlington's penal interest. And I would ask for a 105 instruction if this comes in.
Okay, well, I don't know if that would be appropriate considering that this is all also being considered in the context of the greater conspiracy. So if you can get me some law on that, I'd appreciate it.
And we'll just come back to the more narrowed down version of it.
Okay.
All right. So we're going to skip down to, we're not saying, we're just going to come back to some of the other ones that I want to make sure that I have tightly tailored for the court.
Okay.
So we're going to skip down to page 235. And it's going to start at the beginning.
Not that. Yeah, right. How shit was like other night? What the movie?
I wasn't get one. No, session. I wasn't get one, but my mind ain't there yet. I'm ready on the other one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Nobody just with the movie.
Yeah, I'm just saying, trying to wait.
Yeah. I said, I ain't got, bro. I was just telling my brother, I ain't made no money in about 2-3 days. Nigga ain't.
You too?
For real, bro. Nigga, mine ain't done.
I told you I better leave my drugs now, bro. I ain't seen shit.
Yeah. I ain't even got down. I still left out, bro. What you got going on?
You know where I'm at, bro?
Hey, I'm talking about, man.
What happened?
I ain't even went. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know where I'm at. I'm right here. I just be right here.
Yeah.
Wayne. And, you know, man, that time comes, I got on.
Yeah. Got to, bro.
You got them.
Huh?
Get with me, you know where I'm at.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I got some whole,
What's causing, somebody they on the way clear, you need to go on and trouble to come to you and get up out me. No.
Different. You say get off you?
I ain't saying I don't fuck with it, but like just make it come to you and get you and tell them to bring you.
What you talking about?
I done smacked that shit now for shit.
You did?
Yeah.
Man, you ain't win, bro.
What you mean when I told you to get me up out there?
This call is a call between Deamonte Garlington and defendant Stillwell. And they are discussing their ability to sell narcotics, apprising one another of their narcotics. And defendant Stillwell said, you know where I am, I'm just waiting, as they are trying to get themselves resituated so that they can better distribute their narcotics.
Well, I will start out by, and I misspoke earlier, and I think Your Honor realizes that Mr. Stillwell is charged with, well, he already pled to it. It's a 2013 possession with intent marijuana, which is one overt act as part of count one. Okay, after 2013, to my recollection, there's no other allegations of Mr. Stillwell selling drugs in furtherance of YSL. In addition, we have heard absolutely no evidence, and I don't anticipate hearing any evidence that there's any sort of profit sharing or anything else involved in drug distribution. We've heard about Deamonte BB selling drugs at a gas station. There was no indication that any of that money. Mr. Trontavious Stephen talked about his sale of drugs. He actually testified, and we asked him, and he was like, no, it was worth like $150. I'm not giving it to anyone. I was selling drugs. I acknowledge that it actually appears that they're talking about drugs and not selling drugs for the time being. But so that's not really furthering any conspiracy. But there's to say that just because they put in their indictment in count one an allegation of drug dealing furthering the YSL does not, in my estimation, open the door to any discussions of any individuals on trial selling drugs to pad their own individual pockets. There's nothing that supports the argument that this is some sort of vast conspiracy as alleged in the indictment. So to me, we're just end-arounding how to get in bad character evidence about Mr. Stillwell, about talking about drugs with Mr. Garlington. And so I don't believe it's part of any conspiracy. I don't believe it's in furtherance of any conspiracy. And I don't believe it's relevant, and it is prejudicial. And so 401, 403, and hearsay are my objections.
All right. I don't hear how any of what gets said in this particular conversation can be in furtherance of a conspiracy. So I'm going to exclude this.
Yes, Your Honor. And Judge, just so that I want to give a little bit more context to calls similar to this with the drugs.
Okay.
In this wiretap, where there are, as they've described accurately, about 60,000 pages of calls, there are more calls, or 6,000, there are more calls on this wiretap discussing the sale, the distribution of narcotics than we have time to ever listen to during the course of this trial. So the idea that the calls between YSL members are isolated incidents that should not be deemed in furtherance of a conspiracy is belied by that very real fact that we could show if we sat here and just listened to all of the calls where they're talking about re-upping, selling, running out, who to get it from, where to go get it. So I just wanted to make certain we're not trying to revisit what the court's ruling just was, but I want to make certain.
Well, I don't hear anything in this call about where to get it from or re-upping or anything like that. I just hear them going, yeah, man, I'm not selling any. I'm not either. So
Yes, Your Honor.
there may be another one that might meet the requirements, but this one doesn't.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
All right. And so these calls as well, Your Honor, that are coming up are party opponent admissions, because they are talking about right before they go to the gas station.
Okay. Which ones are we talking about now?
The ones that are coming up The ones that are coming up next is on
Okay.
page 333.
Well, page number was unfortunately what I cut off of this, so. I know we don't want to be going by reference numbers, but
Oh, I'm sorry.
if you
I'll
can
you
give
the
me a
ref-
date and time, that's fine too.
reference number is 326.
Okay.
And the date is March 14th,
All right, I got it.
2022.
9:56 and then 9:59 after that.
Yes.
All right. Is there any evidence that they have any reason to believe Mr. Drinks is going to be at this gas station?
Yes, I'll let
Okay.
Ms. Hilton. When you mean that before they get to the gas station, I think seeing him at the gas
Yeah.
station is happenstance. When they see him at the gas station,
Okay.
So
So,
there-
I mean, I'm wondering, maybe there's something more going on here, but if they're just talking about meeting up.
No, Your Honor, I don't believe, we don't have any evidence to show that they knew prior to going to the gas station that
Okay.
he was at the gas station. I do
Okay.
think that part was happenstance.
All right, well, I'll just have to listen to what the content of this call is to see whether this might be. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all are saying this one's a party opponent, so I'm sorry, never mind, scratch what I said. Go ahead.
But we do think that they were on the prowl because Mr. Stillwell earlier that morning on March 14th had rented a car from Alamo at the airport and then went and got the car tinted.
Okay.
And so we do think they were on the prowl,
Okay.
but not that they knew that Mr. Drinks was going to be
Okay,
at the airport.
all right, understood, thank you.
Page 333. I'm trying to get the Zoom up. Yeah, the whole call. 333.
Hello? You know where it's at? He said Dirty Glove? Yeah. Yeah, but like, we'll get out there with the tell him. I'm saying we can get out the edge literally right now. He just said that. I'm telling you, I promise you, we can get out the edge right now. We stay right here. Yeah, come on, bro. Tell Shannon don't be mad at me, bro. We can bound. We can bound. He said, yeah, bound. Yeah, I guess. Well, no, on my mama 12 on deep 12. We get out the edge right now, fam. All right. All right.
So this is actually, we believe, not even co-conspirator here statements, but this is actually, we believe, evidence of defendant Stillwell's and Garlington's participation in the murder that eventually, the murder of Shamel Drinks. So.
Wait.
My client was not on that call. So if the state's just going to say things like that, I need to know what they're talking about.
Your Honor, he is in the call. He's in the background. So when you hear, I believe the caller, I think maybe DeMarco Boyer saying, tell Shannon don't be mad. Tell Shannon don't be mad. You hear Shannon make a response in the background. Like, so I think him and Garlington are in the car together. The other car is calling him saying, don't be mad. We're going to meet you at the gas station. And Mr. Stillwell says something in the background.
All right, let me
So
hear it again.
the state's spreadsheet says Garlington on the phone with Nichols, and now we're saying DeMarco Boyer's talking.
Nichols on the phone and they're using Boyer's phone. Because Nichols and Boyer and Miles Farley are in one car
And
Shannon and Deamonte Garland are in another car.
and how would they
Okay,
determine
yeah.
that that's Mr. Nichols?
Because when they get to the gas station, we see that it's Nichols, Miles Farley, and then we are able to investigate that this is Boyer, and investigative referee is familiar with these individuals.
So
Wait,
we're
wait,
saying that that is Mr. Nichols on that call?
I don't know. Who are we saying is
Because
talking?
We believe it's Mr. Nichols. Now, that's using Mr. Boyer's telephone.
there's a lot of we believe, and I have little faith in those assertions. In fact, I
Right.
know those assertions to be incorrect. So
You said there's video from the gas station, right? And does the video from the gas station show who's in what car?
We know for sure that we see Mr. Jackson in the two cars, Your Honor, is an Audi and a Ford Fusion, a white Ford Fusion, a white Audi. We do know that Mr. Jackson gets out of the Audi.
Who's Mr. Stillwell?
Mr. Stillwell, excuse me. And then we know that Mr. Nichols gets out the Ford Fusion and that Ford Fusion is actually his wife's car.
Okay, and do you know, are those the only two people that the video shows getting out or that you can see in any of the cars?
And one other person, Miles Farley, we know that he gets out of the car with Mr. Nichols.
Okay, so he's in the Fusion.
He's in the Fusion. We do not see Mr. Garlington. He does not get out the car at the gas station, nor do we see Mr. Boyer. He does not get out of the car at the gas station.
Okay, but your theory is that Garlington and Boyer are also in the Audi?
No, Garlington's in the Audi. We believe Boyer is in the Ford Fusion.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. And you maintain that you can hear Mr. Stillwell at the back, responding in the call?
Yes, Your Honor, in the background, yes. It's faint, but you hear him.
Can I hear it again?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hello? You know where it's at?
He said Dirty Glove?
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, won't get up there with the tongue.
I'm saying we can get out the edge literally right now.
He just said that.
I'm telling you, I promise you, we can get out the edge right now.
We stay right here.
All right, yeah, come on, bro. Tell Shannon don't be mad at me, bro. We can bound. We can bound.
He said, yeah, nah, I guess. Well,
All right. No, on my mama tell on deep before we get out the edge right now, Sam.
all right.
All right.
Somebody says something in the background.
So, well, what I hear is this. I hear Mr. Garlington speaking to someone, and them trying to explain to each other where they are. My understanding from what the state's saying is this conversation occurs before, well, from the context of the call, before either car, or at least the car that Mr. Nichols is in, according to the state's theory, arrives at the gas station, which means this is before Shamal Drinks arrives at the gas station, which means there's nothing, according to the state's theory, nothing immediately criminal afoot. And they're just talking about getting up, and the person alleged to be in the car with Mr. Garlington is Mr. Stillwell. And, I can't really hear what was said in the background, but the context of what was repeated is Mr. Garlington saying, Mr. Stillwell's sick of waiting on you in a friendly way, and hurry up. And then saying, Shannon said, y'all are going to bam, meaning y'all are going to fight when he gets here because you're holding us up, and then them laughing about it. So I don't know what's criminal about any of that, or what's furthering any criminal conspiracy, especially since under the state's theory, Shamal Drinks hasn't even arrived at the gas
Yeah,
station.
no, I don't think there's anything further in any conspiracy here except a conspiracy to meet up at the gas station. So this would not be in under that exception for sure.
And I'd also point out, Judge, that it shows the coordination between the two sets of the called and the calling party. and the coordination. So even if you don't take what they're saying as true, the call itself is evidence of coordinated efforts and communication right leading up to the Shamel Drinks murder.
Okay,
So
but
it has
y'all
a
are saying
non-hearsay
it was
purpose as well.
entirely just luck or bad luck for Mr. Drinks that they happened to find him here. So while there may have been a plan afoot to, when we see the enemy, we kill them, there, unless you've got evidence that this was, all right, we're getting together to go send out and start looking so that we can act on our plan, then this cannot come in under co-conspirator. It may come in under something else. But are you making that argument that this should come in
No,
under?
that's just,
Okay.
that's the opposite of the one I was making. What I was saying is that it has a non-hearsay purpose, and that the non-hearsay purpose was that it shows the coordination and communication between the people that we've alleged committed the murder, even outside of the fact, even if you don't take as true anything that they're saying. So not even trying to take the truth of what they're saying, the fact that they are communicating with one another is one. And then the other was that we were saying it was the statement of a party opponent, in that Mr. Stillwell was one of the people that was communicating with
Well,
another.
I mean, we can't hear what any of those communications are. So I don't hear anything coming in as a statement by Mr. Stillwell here.
If Your Honor could allow us one more comment on that.
No, I was just gonna say, Your Honor, we agree. We don't think it's a co-conspirator thing, but it is evidence of the events leading up to the murder of Shamel Drinks. And so we believe it can come in as we're not offering for the truth of the matter asserted that he was getting off the exit at the time that he says he's getting off the exit, but simply, like Ms. Love just said, to show they are the series of events that occur right before the murder, them in communication to meet up at the gas station. You're going to see that they meet up at the gas station. Then a call that's coming up next is when DeMarco Boyer calls Demekion Garlington and tells him, get on FaceTime. And we believe that is when the plan happens to kill Shamel Drinks. And that's the next call.
Does the video show the Audi's already there and then the Fusion pulls up?
Yes, but it doesn't, again, because of the video, we are not aware of DeMarco Boyer being in the car prior to seeing the video, nor do we see him afterwards. We just hear these phone calls between this individual.
All right, well, I'm not talking about the next call yet. I'm talking about this call and trying to figure out why we need this call at all.
Because I think it shows them coming from wherever they're coming together. We believe that they were either near each other or had planned to meet up prior to do whatever they're doing. And so it just shows a series of events, Your Honor. Just if we have to prove what happens before, during, and after the murder, this shows before the murder, they were in communication. It's not like they randomly met up at the gas station together. They literally planned these two cars, at least, to meet up at the gas station. They meet, they unfortunately see Mr. Drinks, and then the plan becomes afoot. But it's not like the Audi and the Ford Fusion randomly meet at the gas station. They have plans to meet at the gas station. And
all right, well, if that's your purpose, I think you can narrow it down a little bit. We don't need to hear the whole conversation.
And Your Honor, I also said that they have a call log that establishes that, and they actually had Mr. Burney, the cell phone analysis gentleman, plot this number in question that they're saying belongs to Mr. Boyer. They've plotted that. So they have a call log of who's calling who to show coordination.
Okay.
And they have the plot of where the phone was at times that it was used and who was calling who. So the coordination, they don't need the contents of the phone call to show coordination.
But I would believe that the defense will argue, we don't know what they were meeting. We don't know what they're meeting up for, but now the jurors can hear.
We still don't know what they're meeting up for at this point in time.
But it's still just a series of events that lead up to the murder. These two cars and the individuals in these cars have some type of relationship.
If you want to use the little tiny part that's we're getting off the exit right now, that's fine. But we don't need all of it. I mean, it just.
And who's going to identify the voice? Because it's not Mr. Nichols on that call.
Yeah, and we'll lay the foundation as to the call and where it comes from on the wiretap.
Well, If I'm admitting it as an admission by a party opponent, then it needs to be one of these people on trial right now. So if you can't establish that it's Mr. Nichols, that's problematic.
We will,
Well,
if we're offering it to show that they were, not that they were getting off the gas at the gas station, that's the hearsay, that we would need to, what we're saying is they were meeting up at, they were on their way to the gas station, not that we're getting off right now. That would be offering for the truth of the matter asserted, which would be the hearsay.
Which would need an exception.
Which would need an exception. That's not what we're offering.
Okay, but if we have no idea who's on the call, then it's not relevant.
But we do know from the phone number that it's DeMarco Boyer's phone. We know that he is talking to Deamonte.
You know what? Let's just use what's already in for that. And by let's, I mean, that's probably the wrong word, but it appears that you all have what you need, and considering the other issues surrounding this one, I am gonna sustain the various objections. I'm not gonna admit this.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Judge, the next one that we have is omitted from the yellow sheet that the court is looking at.
Okay.
But it's going to be PDF page 351, March 14, 2022 at 10:50 p.m. It's not, but Your Honor, as I stated, it's not on the yellow sheet. It is in the Dropbox.
Okay, yeah, the yellow sheet was something that got sent later that was just to guide us, but.
What's the reference number?
It is the PDF page 351, reference number 345.
Man. Hello. Where you at, boy? Right here at the studio. Somebody got killed in Kenneth. I was trying to see who it was. For real? Yeah. I just seen Shakur post shit like that. Yeah. Huh? They called me. They called me. I was just trying to see who you were. All right.
Just 1 second. That was not the one that I expected to play. We're playing call 330, page 333. And reference number 326.
That's the one we just played.
No, yeah,
That's the one
no,
we just
yeah,
that
it is.
talked about getting off the exit.
335, 335, I'm sorry, I'm right on. 335, page 341. My apologies.
Hey, what day y'all pulled up? Nah, call me on video. Hurry up. Call me on video. Call it.
And is the timing of this one, y'all can establish this is after drinks pulls up.
Yes, this is right before this one.
I think that pretty clearly would come in under co-conspirator exception.
And so, just so we're clear though, that the state is asserting that because like the last one, there was some question about the involved parties. The state is still asserting that is Mr. Garlington and Mr. Boyer.
Yes, we believe that's Mr. Boyer telling Mr. Garlington to get on FaceTime. That's his phone number calling Mr. Garlington.
All right, we can hear you.
That is Boyer's phone number calling Garlington, telling him to get on FaceTime. And this is right after Shamel drinks. When we look at the timestamp from the surveillance video to this call is after Mr. Drinks has pulled out of the gas station and they are pulling out behind him.
Whose phone's making noises? Can you make it silent?
Yeah, I can. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Okay. All right, what's the next one?
It's reference 350, page 357.
Yo. All right, man. There was all kinds of shit going on. I just jump in the other car, bro. Y'all niggas don't be getting dropped off and then got no motherfucking ride to go back home to. That don't make sense.
Yeah, yeah,
It's supposed to be getting dropped off for a nigga ride with a nigga who roaches.
yeah.
That's stupid as fuck. So, you need to be on the damn hill, so. What the
What
hell?
is-
What's up with
We right here down here.
y'all? What?
Ryan Paige trying to see.
I'm finna go get a, I'm finna meet up with y'all, nigga. I'm finna go get a fill up.
Try to get it filled up for fight, right?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm listening.
Huh?
I said, alright, I'm listening. What's going on?
I just, I'm pulling out now. Y'all nigga,
You back, son?
somebody
You
call
say,
me. I was gonna jump in with y'all.
alright. That's what I'm saying, cuz when you doing?
Alright, I'm gonna get the fill up now.
Alright.
This call is made and is between Deamonte Garlington and one of the people who were in the car with Mr. Nichols, whom we believe to be Mr. Boyer, talking about having rolled back through the scene. The police were on the scene of the Shamel Drinks murder at the
I didn't hear all that.
You didn't hear it on the call, or you didn't hear what Miss Love was saying?
I didn't hear it on the call.
Yeah, I didn't
Okay.
either.
Okay, this is
And-
them having, when they said, we just rolled back through the scene. I'll play that again. It was at least that's what this team.
And this
heard,
is
but I'm-
supposed to take place at like 2 a.m.?
Yes.
All right, let's hear it again. What pinpoint to me where in this conversation, at what minute and second is that supposed to be getting said? You know?
No, it's a minute-long call, so it's about midway, maybe.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yo. All right, man. There was all kinds of shit going on. I just jump in the other car, bro. Y'all niggas don't be getting dropped off and then got no motherfucking ride to go back home to. That don't make sense.
Yeah, yeah,
It's supposed to be getting dropped off for a nigga ride with a nigga who roaches.
yeah.
That's stupid as fuck. So, you need to be on the damn hill, so. What the
What
hell?
is-
What's up with
We right here down here.
y'all? What?
Ryan Paige trying to see.
Okay, so it's right there at 31 seconds, and the phone records, when he said right here, riding past the scene, their phone records put them at the scene at that time.
Okay, so right here, riding past the scene is.
We don't believe that's
Trying
what
to
he.
see,
That's
riding
not.
past, trying to see at the scene.
Let me hear
Well,
that.
she
Trying
keeps
to-
saying scene, and no one
I
says
know,
scene.
let me hear it again.
And Judge, I want to make clear, like the court is doing, the court can judge whatever is being said. Whatever it is they're riding past to see or the scene, their phone records place them at the scene of the Shamel Drinks murder at the time that the call is made.
But Your Honor, this is the problem. The state keeps asserting things as fact. He said through the scene, and now I'm just pushing back moderately. And now it's like, well, we don't really know what was said. And Your Honor needs to know what was said to be able to judge it. And if the state doesn't know, they shouldn't be asserting as fact. This person said riding past the scene if they don't know that's what's said. And my belief, and I'm not going to assert it as fact, but what I'm telling the court is after listening to that numerous times on my own and several times in court now, I'm not hearing scene. And I don't think anyone else is.
I don't know. Let me hear it again.
I'm finna meet up with y'all, nigga. I'm finna go get a fill up.
Try to get it filled up, right?
Yeah.
Wait a
All
minute.
right, I'm gonna sit down here.
Yeah, what?
Ryan Paige trying to see. Yeah.
Stupid
Trying to
fuck.
see.
We even be on the damn air, so. What's on with?
We right here down here.
Yeah, what?
Ryan Paige trying to see.
I'm finna meet up with y'all, nigga. I'm finna go get a fill up. Yeah, what?
Ryan Paige trying to see.
I'm finna go get a.
Ryan Paige trying to see.
I'm finna meet up with y'all, nigga. I'm finna go get a fill up.
I mean, I don't know what he's saying, but they're talking about, I mean, it's, never is saying I need a ride, right?
A
No,
little
it's
context.
saying- No, not right there, but before then. And they're saying, why don't you ride with the person that you started out with? And they're trying to figure out where each other is, right?
He's asking, where are you? And he said, riding right here, riding past the scene, trying to see. Either way you look at it, the point at which he is saying that, yes, they are trying to apprise each other's location, and that person right there saying that he is riding past, his phone puts him at the place where Shamel Drinks was murdered at that moment.
I'm hearing, and I think everyone else is hearing over here, riding past around the city. Okay, around the city. And
maybe he is saying around the city, if they've got something that's gonna.
I don't believe, well, they just said,
I mean, it honestly doesn't matter whether he's saying riding around the city or riding past the scene, when what they're trying to do is communicate with each other about what's going down between them right after they have allegedly shot and killed somebody.
well, it's 4 hours after Mr. Drinks was shot. The context of all this meeting up is to go to the studio. That's the part that the state's not playing. They're all going to a music studio. And so I hear who they're saying is Mr. Boyer, fussing that it seems that someone should have gotten a ride with someone else, and he's fussing with that, and he's asking, where you at now? And he says, riding around the city. There's nothing conspiratorial or anything else about that. But my bigger concern is we just have this situation where, like, if Mr. Garlington really said, I'm riding around past the scene, that would be some damning evidence. So we just shouldn't be throwing that out without knowing that's what's said.
All right, well, I'm not gonna let them hand the jury a transcript of this call that says that, because I don't think, I mean, it's up for debate what it says. I don't think, y'all don't agree, I don't agree. Who knows what it says? But I mean, it could very well be a part of a conspiracy, and they could be meeting up at the studio to figure out what it is that they're going to do next. That's not for me to determine. That is part of their theory. They can present this evidence in support of that theory. Whether the jury buys it or not will be up to the jury. But it is this I'm going to admit. Do we have lunches yet? Yes. Okay, let's take a lunch break. We can all be back in an hour, right? Yes. Okay, let's be back at 1. And I mentioned I listened to the jail call itself before that. And I'm just going to add, in addition to everything that is set forth in the order on this from November 16th of 2023, not stated in the order, but I think relevant to the order, and it may just be because everybody already had it in their mind that it was true, but I just think it's important to note that the three speakers, Ms. Stanley, Mr. Holloman, and Mr. Minder, what their relation to each other was. And Ms. Stanley and Mr. Holloman, it appears, are brother and sister. I think we had already mentioned that Miss Stanley is Mr. Minder's mother, and that makes Mr. Holloman and Mr. Minder uncle and nephew. And then I just wanted to note an additional, there in paragraph 5 of that order, lists out several circumstantial guarantees of trustworthiness found by the predecessor judge. And I wanted to add, in addition to adding the familial relationship, that during the conversation between Mr. Minder and Mr. Holloman, Mr. Minder actually states to the effect that this wouldn't have happened if I hadn't been locked up. Essentially that, his uncle would have been under Mr. Minder's protection. And so I think that also provides another kind of indicia of their close relationship. All right, so I just wanted to
May I
go
address?
ahead and
Thank you
put
so
that
much,
on the record as well.
Okay, may I respond briefly?
You may, but I'm not, I saw that you had already made the record, so I'm not really considering additional argument.
Okay.
Is that what you wanted
Well,
to?
I just want to respond to Your Honor. I guess the issues of sufficient or substantial circumstantial guarantees of trustworthiness in the order, Your Honor, it indicated that it was apparently, those are the words in the order, apparently a close relationship evidenced by, it says, tone and tenor in that call. And additionally, it says it was there was an unlikelihood of and lack of a motive for fabrication on GH's part, or Gary Holloman, the deceased. That was in the order to those close contacts. And I just wanted to just make the record, when we objected at the hearing, I want to respond to Your Honor's most recent statements, or the addition there. In the law, as it relates to the issue, I know you're not wanting to hear any more argument. I don't want to go too far afoul here, but in the argument and in the law, Your Honor, it says that the trustworthiness of the original declarant and whether the circumstantial guarantees of trustworthy are equivalent in significance to the specific hearsay exceptions, as the court is aware.
So I read the entirety of the argument that you made before the predecessor court.
Yes.
Okay.
I understand. Just wanted to put that on the record for the
All
court's
right.
consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, what's our next statement?
Judge, Mr. Atkins will be taking care of that. I'll go ahead and cue it up.
Okay.
Your Honor, we're going to start with PDF page 360, which is 11 minutes after the call we last discussed, which was 3:57.
What is yours?
I'm out here on Boulevard. That shit dead, though. One down. Yeah, one down.
You niggas just sent nigga on the thing, listen.
For real, got you over there when he now.
Man, we probably got the gas, but them niggas ain't even there, and I ain't picking up the phone.
Damn.
Where y'all about to go?
Should probably take that.
I take that.
Yeah.
All right, just call me.
All right, love
I need
you.
the bus. I love you too, but I need the bus at you about 2.
About that shit.
Leave me on FaceTime all this.
And Your Honor, this call, which is at 2:12 a.m. on March 15th, 2022, so the early morning hours after Shamel Drinks was murdered, it's the state's theory that the utilization of FaceTime or other applications that are not classic phone calls are utilized either right before or right after or in the preceding moments after crimes. And so the state wanted to highlight that we had just played the call about rolling back through, however you hear rolling back through the area that was the crime scene based on the cell phone records. This is 11 minutes after that, where this is Garlington and Boyer, who we've discussed, asking again to get on FaceTime. So that's why the state is playing this call and feels that it is a co-conspirator statement. We don't know what they're about to discuss, but it's the fact that they're going to talk on FaceTime at this specific period in time. Your Honor.
Okay. Is there objection? It appears there is objection. There's just uncertainty as to who's going to voice that objection.
I think we have different objections.
Okay.
I'm going to object. I don't see how this is furthering any conspiracy. I understand that the state wants to they have things in these calls that they feel is important and is relevant, but you still need the hook of the hearsay exception if these gentlemen are not testifying. So my objection is that it's not furthering any conspiracy.
Okay. And before anybody else makes one, just so I understand, so are you going to have some, or have you already had some expert testimony that explains why a FaceTime call might be beneficial for utilizing in a criminal enterprise?
So, Your Honor, old school Mike. Your Honor, two things. One, Deamonte Garlington himself, in a call we have not reached, he explains, get on FaceTime because they can't record that SHIT. So he says that. I don't remember the exact call, but we will get to it eventually. And so for one, that's his own statement. Number two, I wasn't present when Detective Belknap first testified, and so I don't know if he addressed that, but it's my understanding that Detective Viverito, when she is reached, is going to discuss, because it's intimately wrapped up into this murder of Shamel Drinks from the state's theory.
Okay.
And Detective Reese, who discussed the April 26th shooting of Mr. Dwayne Carter's tour bus, talked about how FaceTime doesn't show up in records. And
Okay.
so
All right. Thank you. I'm going to overrule that objection. Was there another one?
Just at the end, Your Honor, this is not, Mr. Williams is not on any wiretap, as you probably can tell. So I was going to ask for an instruction, especially if you let things in that's not in furtherance of a conspiracy, because then that should not touch Mr. Williams. So I was going to do it at the end, but when you asked for, are there any objections? Yes, I'm going to have an overall objection.
Okay, so I mean, this I am admitting as being in furtherance of the conspiracy. So with regard to any that I have let in not under that basis, but under a different evidentiary exception. If y'all wouldn't mind, I think maybe the only one that's occurred for so far is the one that I let in as a statement against penal interest. Okay. And Mr. Harvey had also asked for a limiting instruction as to that. Now, the issue that is still, I'm not sure 100% settled on this, is whether a limiting instruction is appropriate when the evidence is coming in to show, to prove some part of the RICO count, which everybody here is charged with. So that's what, you know, I'm not sure whether it's appropriate to give a limiting instruction in that circumstance.
I believe it would be, because if it's not furthering the conspiracy, and I'm not saying the jury will find Mr. Williams willfully and knowingly joined a conspiracy. I understand that, but the court must have made a finding that there was at least some evidence of a conspiracy. So then it becomes a statement. Right.
You make a good point there. Yes. So I guess yes, you're right. So if I have, and I did for that one specifically said, I don't find any kind of furtherance of a conspiracy with regard to that one, then yeah, a limiting instruction I would think would be appropriate as to that. So if somebody doesn't mind keeping track of which of those need one, then if y'all would provide me also with a suggested limiting instruction, I would give that. I think that would be appropriate. Thank you.
And Judge, just for the purposes of the court's knowledge about the prima facie showing of a conspiracy overall, there was a finding prior to the court presiding of a conspiracy, that there has been evidence shown of a conspiracy. That finding was made particularly on the record as it relates to count one. Judge Glanville said, he flat out said, I find that the state has presented evidence showing a conspiracy that tends to show a conspiracy.
Okay, sure. But we're talking here about a statement that's not made in furtherance of a conspiracy. Would that statement come in to show as evidence to prove RICO?
We believe that it would. The purpose of the co-conspirator statement is to provide an exception to the hearsay rule.
Right.
And the fact that the court admitted it under another exception to the hearsay rule doesn't make it applicable only to proof of against the declarant.
Okay, well, I'd love some law. I guess maybe that's still not settled. So I'd love some law from whomever wants to provide me some on that. I mean, that's very nuanced. So we want to get it correct legally. Right. All right.
Your Honor,
Mm-hmm.
if I may,
Sure.
what with the call that we just discussed, number 360 in the FaceTime
Yeah.
call, what was the court's ruling?
That is in as a co-conspirator statement.
So specifically for that one as made in, like the discussion we just had about.
Yeah, the only one that I have so far, there are two I haven't let in and one I let in under an exception that wasn't co-conspirator.
Yes, Your Honor.
So for the rest of them, they've all been under the co-conspirator exception.
And Your Honor, for your notes, I believe that was PDF page 152 was.
Yes, mm-hmm, that's right.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next call we're going to be turning to, Your Honor, is going to be 423. And just to give the court a little bit of backstory, in addition to what Deputy Hilton discussed this morning, is this call is on March 16th, 2022 at 12:22 a.m. This is when at 2830 Waters Road, APD police officers arrived approximately around 12:08 a.m. after a lot of gunshots, which resulted in 11 defects in the front of that home, which ultimately inside of that home was defendant Stillwell, Deamonte Garlington, whose wiretap we have, Miles Farley, who is not in the current trial, but is charged with the murder of Shamel Drinks, as well as other YSL associates. And the significance is the shell casings from the murder of Mr. Ford and Mr. McMiller were connected with the Waters Road. And so this retaliatory back and forth, that backstory is significant with these calls we're about to play.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, with that said, I'm going to play PDF page 423. And for this one, we're going to play the entire call.
Okay.
Like no look back. Hey, how the hell you at? Where the hell you at? Hey, you ain't like no little back cut. Oh no, what the heck? I think they in the front. Man, they got goddamn get through their back. They can't come in the house. Yeah, that was mine. Shut up, open the door.
And so, Your Honor, them whispering, this is Mr. Boyer, who Garlington is speaking with, his phone number. So officers, when they arrive, they ring the doorbell camera. There's a brief exchange from someone inside, and then they don't respond anymore. And ultimately, Deamonte Garlington was in a crawl space. It was raining that night. And so the significance of this is they're speaking amongst each other because they don't initially know, who's at the door. Police respond because of all the shots that were into the home. And so it shows their coordination. And although the phone number itself for 423 is Mr. Boyer's, one of my co-counsels had stated, we believe it's defendant Stillwell on the call. Okay. But the significance of them speaking while, it's 20 minutes after APD arrives to the house, and it takes some time for them to fully come out of the home. So it's in furtherance of the conspiracy because they're coordinating with one another about where are you? And he says, I'm in the woods. And then I believe Mr. Garlington is underneath the house when he's making this call in the crawl space.
So the context of this call is it's directly after, to my understanding, individuals shot at 2830 Waters Road. That would not be a crime committed by our clients. I don't know what could. I think the context of the call makes it clear that they're trying to avoid interactions with the police. I mean, I'm not going to argue that that's not the context, but I don't know if that's part of a criminal conspiracy. I mean, they were just victimized and they're trying not to talk to the police about it. I don't know if communications on a phone about that would be in furtherance of a conspiracy because there's no underlying criminal act, as far as I know of, that is being furthered.
Your Honor, the conspiracy itself, coordinating with one another in the wake of an act that has been committed in the wake of criminal activity at that house. We believe that the other calls will show that there are guns in the attic that they want to keep concealed from the police. They want to keep themselves secreted and separate from that location. It's one of their trap houses. and them coordinating with one another to evade detection by the police does further the interests of the gang by keeping themselves from being detected and found out and connected to that house by the police. So calling to find out where each other is, because the police did descend upon this house where hundreds of shell casings were found in the yard. And it was one of those central locations that was involved in the wake of the shooting of Mr. Ford, Mr. McMiller, and Mr. Drinks. We believe that this communication does further the conspiracy of the YSL enterprise and the criminal street gang and its enduring, detection from the police for their criminal activities by apprising each other of where they are in relation to the hot spot or the hot zone.
Okay, and let me ask you so that I am sure what my understanding of it is. Mr. Atkins, you had said shell casings from this scene are connected to the Drinks murder. So this wasn't just like a shoot up, this was a shoot back and forth.
So, Your Honor, the shell casings from Waters Road connected with the murder on March 11th of Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford, who were.
Okay, I misunderstood you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
So
All right,
it's the state's belief that the rival gang was responsible for both.
no,
the
I
death-
understand, I
Yes,
just
Your Honor.
had written down the wrong set of murders.
And Your Honor, I left out one, I think, relevant fact. The police actually did come in contact with these individuals eventually,
Mm-hmm.
and they released them without charging them with anything.
Is that before, I mean, did they search the house at that
Yes.
point?
Yeah, well, they see a gentleman in the house laying down, and then they trying to speak accurately about how this happened. They went into the house. That's right. They went in the house upon seeing someone on the ground and detained all the individuals and then let them go without filing any charges.
They didn't search the house that day. They went in and detained, and Mr. Stillwell was later found to have been wearing at the house the same clothes.
Okay.
But no, they didn't search the house at that time. They didn't have a search warrant for it.
I'd never said anything about them searching the house or not searching the
But
house.
that's what I asked.
They went in the house and not arrested, detained people and then released them without charging them because
And
it was
without searching the house.
and without searching the house. They later searched the house.
Okay.
2 days.
And I don't believe anyone is charged, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe anyone in this indictment is charged with anything that was found in the house.
They didn't find anything because they took it out before the police searched the house.
So
They can't hear what you're saying. Pull the mic. Oh, great. We've got a second mic. Good deal.
They found some stuff, but we believe that the things that they referenced in the calls
Okay.
were removed from the house. There was a number of things that were in the house that we know were in the house prior to them searching the house that were not in the house when they searched the house.
All right. Well, based on, and we're gonna hear that soon enough.
Yes.
All right. Based on what's about to come up, I'm gonna admit that under the co-conspirator exception, since there's apparently some evidence that they were concerned about some criminal activity or contraband or something in the house.
Yes, and I think that the next call might shed
All
more
right.
light on it.
So, Your Honor, the next call we're turning to is 472. So the call we just played was at 12:22 a.m. This is at 4:33 a.m. again on March 16th.
You good, nigga?
Hello?
You good?
Yeah. What is it?
What the hell you mean, nigga?
Oh, I ain't even say, I ain't saving no number.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. For sure.
Where the hell you at? You gone?
Yeah, I'm about to drop miles off.
10 miles, boy, it's all love. Boy, I can't wait, boy. I gotta go home.
Oh yeah, yeah. He just ran in the store real quick.
Yeah, so it was all love. I ain't waiting, boy. I gotta go, boy. That shit just shook the fuck out of me.
Man, wet, man. When I seen it, when I seen it,
Man, what? Man, that whole just, man, boy, listen, boy, I just said to myself, boy, man, let me out that car. Boy, I'm gonna go in, boy, and I ain't coming back outside, boy. I don't care about having no run or nothing, boy. Them motherfuckers ain't moving.
Hey, what? I said the same shit. What? Somebody really think I'm like, yeah, man. I'm like,
What's so crazy, bro? I was just being cheap. I actually was being cheap. My whole keep saying, let's get it wrong like that, but I'm not gonna pay for no wrong. Man, listen, boy, I just said, damn, boy. They can send nigga right street with their money like that. My nigga gonna spend this shit on the room, man.
Man, what? I'm so hey, that's on DV. I'm in there like, but I got to get my last 2,000. I got to get lawyer in. I'm like, man. I'm in that beat like, you know, man. Damn.
But you won't believe, boy. All the sticks and the guns was in the gray car.
For real?
Man, God, boy, and the sticks and shit in the attic.
Ooh, shit, boy, that was God, boy.
Yeah, what?
Your Honor, I'll continue playing, but when they're saying that the sticks are up in the attic, it's the state's theory that they're talking about the Waters Roadhouse.
They're talking about what?
When we were just discussing what's inside of the home or not inside the home, it's the states that line about their sticks up in the attic. Sticks is short term for AK-47s or longer handguns. Rifles, that they're talking about the guns in the attic of the Waters Road home that all these police swarmed after the gunshots. I'm going to continue playing. And also to orient the court, Your Honor, this phone number, which ends in 1103, the state attributes to Mr. Shard's client. So it's Garlington and him speaking.
That was God. Yeah. Oh, Lord, yeah, get up out of there, boy. Baby. Good. What, they went? Yeah. Yeah. You know what I mean, though?
Yeah, man, you know how far I gotta go.
Oh, yeah. Pope got down. Blow it up.
She what?
She blowed it up, boy.
Hey, man, she blowed my shit up.
You saying Shannon okay, Miles? How long did we do?
All right.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah. I don't know. You walk past me first thing, I'm like, well, I know for a fact.
Man, what? You know who she was coming to then?
She say all this the same shit though. She like, cause she like, who house is it? I'm like, man, I don't know. I'm telling you, my first time here. She was like,
Yeah.
So yeah.
Man, listen, bro. I'm thinking, get what I kept saying. I said, boy, I know D and Miles, I'm smart. I know they saw them folks got her. It took her to the front. I said, I know they hit that back cut.
You wouldn't even believe I'm trying to find out on the back cut. That's why I called you.
Man, you talking about, well, I would have made one straight through the motherfucking bush back there, boy. I'm telling you, I would have went trucking back there.
Well, guess what? We only got caught. This dumb ass nigga, once they legs showing, he thinks somebody in the house dead, bro.
Man, they tell me, they like, so you telling me nobody in the house? I'm like, man, I ain't listen, man. I just pulled up. I said outside for 3 minutes. Top, the motherfucker go popping. So shit.
God, I said the same shit.
Oh God, why I said outside 3 minutes. Popping, them motherfucker went to popping. So shit. I went to goddamn ducking and running. They to my soul, why you They to my so why you ain't got down? I thought it comes on some. They to my so why you ain't got down come out when we said Atlanta police? I'm like, shit, I don't trust Atlanta police. I'm thinking these folks. I'm thinking these folks trying to get her to come out. So I stayed in.
Yeah.
Oh God, they're like, yeah. I'm like, look, bro, y'all question me like I'm a suspect. I'm a victim. They're like, yeah, you right. They're like, but let's do what we gotta do. We're gonna get back with you. If everything come out clean, then we'll let y'all go. Like, say less. I'm in the car sleep. I keep when they tell me that, I kick back. Don't goddamn go out.
Yeah.
Oh God.
You know that? They can't get the video from Nick on camera.
Hell no.
Yeah, okay.
But you wouldn't believe, boy. I'm in a month like, boy, I know they can't come in here. We good, bro. I'm telling bro, like, we good, but they proud of it.
You told me I was in the woods.
Huh?
You told me I was in the woods.
I was up under the house, man. You don't see how dirty I am?
Oh, you like, nah, we heard them get their ass. They like, hey, move. You like, hey, I dumb ass walk. I go out the back door. No, I go out the back door, right? So I'm finna go toward the car and hop in the car, just sit in the car the whole time. That's what they ate, so. Man, I go to the other side, finna try to hop the fence. They like, hey.
I'm telling you what you gonna do. Go get that cut, boy.
I know it. I everybody what a cut was. They said they didn't know.
Man, listen, man. You probably made your cut. Yeah, like you ain't from the hood, boy. You know how this shit go. I would have went back there and made me a cut, boy. I would have been trucking through the motherfucker. That's why my goddamn shoes so dirty, my pants dirty, and my shoes dirty.
Real. They say, so this is about Matt, man? I say, ma'am, I don't know.
Man, listen, man. They asked me, do I know Matt, man? I said, I don't know no motherfucking Matt, man. Who are that?
Yeah.
I said, man, I'm not even from over here, bro. I'm from Tumbleville area, bro.
Yeah.
So what you doing over here? Man, I came to see a friend, man. I'm trying to talk about that game, man.
What you talking about? Damn, man. That whole blowing me up. That whole thinking nigga Sheen, all type of shit. That nigga was so cool though. He got damn called it back. I need to put a lock on my phone and take my, like, have my messages pop out.
This shit crazy, bro. I'm finna go in, boy. I'm finna gotta get out the driver's seat, let her drive, tell her drive slow as possible. I got down, my stupid ass went in the car, got my stick out the car and my FN out the car. Watch her right there, and got in the car, pulled off. They're really why I ain't want to wait on mine.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna text now. Hey, yeah, man. Folks blowing her air. She called too.
Sure. How she get? How she get though?
I don't know. Cause you know, Kira got my Instagram on her phone.
Oh.
Everybody DMing like, "Is you okay?" So goddamn, y'all blowing up. So my Kira was already on the phone. I get Kira sent her number to
Pope.
Yeah, Pope. All them was on the phone. I'm like, damn, man. But I say, I'm like, here, bro.
Bro, listen, bro. I kept saying to myself, I don't know what the fuck. I'm on drill time though, so I'm really like, I ain't going nowhere. But I'm telling myself, pull out, baby, pull out.
You ain't hear me say, boy, let go.
Man, listen, you said let go, Miles said let go, Brad said let go, but I'm on drill time, so I'm just like, man, fuck that, boy.
Yeah.
I'm so mad. This time they served, he was just telling me like, he was like, either somebody follow D or your girl or it's that whole Elmo, cause they serve Elmo. I was like, man, Elmo, Elmo fuck with them folk.
Yeah. Ain't nobody follow me. Nobody on the freeway when I got off of that.
Man, listen, man. Don't nobody know my hoe. Come my hoe in a run, man. Fresh run, a new run. Them motherfuckers just got any run. And my hoe coming from goddamn, all the way from goddamn out here. So, come on, man. Stop playing.
Yeah, man. I know for a fact nobody follow me. Y'all need to know what I'm in. Don't nobody know I fuck with the hoe.
Don't nobody know what I'm in. That's what I'm telling. Like, these folks ain't knowing these cars. That's what I'm telling him. Like, bro, these folks ain't knowing none of these cars, bro. All these cars are some new goddamn cars. Niggas ain't played.
Yeah. Damn, I hear them boys. Damn.
They're crazy, bro. Don't nobody know. Them folk don't be knowing where that spot at, man.
Yeah.
Somebody get head drop that, boy.
Boy, on God, boy, I know what I believe. On TV, that's what I believe, boy.
Somebody head get it. Hey, boy, I ain't gonna lie, boy. I know you happy like I'm happy, boy. I'm happy as hell, boy. I just was saying to myself. Get what I just was saying to myself. I just was saying to myself, boy. Man, all these niggas might get out except me and D, boy.
Oh, man, on God.
I'm like the him, boy.
I'm gonna call you back out.
Yeah.
That's the end of that call, Your Honor. The state feels this really has two methods of admissibility. The state feels that Garlington and defendant Stillwell speaking about, for one, when they say sticks and FNs, those are firearms. They're mentioning about a female they know, and they say that she's dating or sleeping with the ops. They're also mention how APD, this is 2022, was the APD gang units was following the YSL and YFN or IF gang back and forth. And so they kind of, in APD gang unit, when they were talking about, they're like, I don't know McMahon. They're laughing. They're kind of saying, I just got to the house. APD is thinking like before the investigation is complete, because the shooting just happened, that it was probably YFN who just shot up this Waters Road, which is a known YSL spot, because they believe that they murdered their friends 5 days ago. And so with that said, all of their conversation, they're talking about getting away. You should have run this way through the woods. And when he says, I'm on drill time, because they were just shot at by the state's theory of rivals, if you're on drill time, you're trying to go either shoot somebody or murder somebody in retaliation. And so that's why he says, I was so mad I was on drill time, but the police came because they were just shot at. So they all hid under that, at that house. With all that said, you have statement of party opponent against defendant Stillwell, but the state feels that they're keeping abreast of the conspiracy, talking about how they evaded, police detection, at least for some time. When they're talking about, I think they use the term Miss V, they're talking about Detective Viverito, who also used to be a probation officer and is very familiar with the individuals at that home. And so what happened in terms of the search warrant, Your Honor, is the search warrant was executed March 17th. This was March 16th. But pending any questions from the court, that's why the state feels this is admissible.
So I'm going off of my understanding of the events, and I'm sure Mr. Atkins will correct me if he disagrees. I don't believe what was said earlier by another person on the state side was completely accurate. The police entered the house. They secured the location. They searched the house. I believe, and Mr. Atkins can correct me if I'm wrong, but my recollection is they did find firearms and they found ammunition. The reason I bring that up is because none of the firearms located at the house had anything to do with any crime scenes on this case. So when we're, the state's saying that that's my client, it's clear the context. There's statements, I think retrospective statements about guns. My client, to admit against my client, I concede would not have to be a statement by a co-conspirator. I believe that my argument regarding Mr. Stillwell's statements are a 403. He's talking about guns. He's talking about a lot of guns. All that is bad character, bad. It's prejudicial to us. And I don't believe that any of these firearms that are found in the house, I know none of the firearms that are found in the house have anything to do with any of the charged crimes in this indictment. So that's my argument on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, who doesn't really have a co-conspirator argument.
I think it's more an admission of a party opponent, but it is all retrospective, I believe. And therefore, insofar as it may be a co-conspirator's statement, it is akin to the classic spilling the beans. Man, this is what we did. They came in there. I was running out to the woods. That's all saying what happened. And what happened is the classic spilling the beans. So I don't believe that it would be admissible as a 801 D2E statement would be my position. Be admissible against others, but not as to the conspiracy.
Potentially admissible against others, I think is what you meant to say.
Your Honor, the classic argument always in furtherance of the conspiracy is always, defense counsel who's trying to keep out a statement is going to orient to spill the beans, and the state's going to argue it's in furtherance. And that is the crux of the matter always. The state, and this is in the state's filed response to Mr. Shart's motion for reconsideration on what Deamonte Garlington told Kenneth Copeland when we filed that a couple weeks ago. But the seminal case is Kemp v. State, which is 303 Georgia. I'm using my motion for quick hand to find the site, but 303 Georgia 385, which is 2018. Another important case is Chavers v. State, which is 304 Georgia 88. Oh, my apologies, Madam Court Reporter. Yes, Chavers v. State 304 Georgia 887, which is a 2019 case that also cites Kemp. And a key part here, when you have, take aside the RICO count one, when you have a criminal street gang, the statements that keep other co-conspirators of the larger criminal street gang, not necessarily the individual murder or crime, keeping them abreast of even past activities, that, and also statements that foster cohesion, because when you listen to this call, right after they've been shot at, right after the police that they were not clearly, trying to evade were there, they are speaking about all of those events in kind of a cohesive unit, right? They shot at us. The police were trying to get us, and they're talking about what happened. So the case law within Kemp, Shavers, all of that is why in gang cases, the criminal street gang, and also the count one conspiracy, which kind of become part and parcel of the same in this case, because it's the YSL enterprise, as the state alleged. Those statements, even of past activities, do serve a purpose because they keep cohesiveness. It keeps an us versus a them, and keeping each other abreast of the criminal enterprise's activities, whether the person speaking or receiving that information individually participated in it. The criminal street gangs activities is something that the case law allows as 801 D2E, as in furtherance. So I just wanted to highlight that for the court, because the state's argument is going to all, when appropriate in this circumstance, the state feels it is, it's going to be under the prognosy, so to speak, of Kemp, Shavers, and I believe Hassan v. State, which is a March 19, 2024 Supreme Court of Georgia, also discusses this, but I wanted to confirm that, but that's a much more recent decision before citing it to the court. But that's the state's response, Your Honor, in terms
Okay,
of why
but
it's in furtherance.
can I please respond to that? We're talking about, the state starts by saying, oh, the defense always says it's not, it's retrospective. Well, the state always says, they throw out these buzzwords, cohesiveness, kept them apprised of the events. So the buzzwords from the state are the same. They're accusing the defense of using, but it's the same buzzwords. It's the same thing every single time. And there are just as many cases out there that say retrospective prior conversations are not part of the co-conspirators exception to the hearsay rule. Stafford versus the state, 312 Georgia 811. State versus Lane, 308 Georgia 10. State versus Wilkins, 302 Georgia 156. There are cases after cases after cases that specifically say a retrospective statement that merely recounts what happened. And that's the whole tenor of this conversation, is not in furtherance of the conspiracy. So, buzzwords go both ways, baby. And I'm just as tired of hearing the cohesiveness and keeping people apprised. So, there are two ways that this goes.
All right. Thank you, counsel. I'm going to admit this as a statement by a party opponent as to Stillwell and admit it additionally under the co-conspirator exception.
Your Honor, the next call we're going to go to is 512, which is, again, March 16th, but it's much later in the day. The last call was at 4:33 a.m. This call is at 6:49 p.m. Mr. Harvey, it's page 512.
Okay, I got it. I'm sorry.
Bruh. D.
Yeah.
Man, that's what I'm looking at weed, man.
Now you told me you had it.
I got it now, bro. I got it.
You do?
And I got a few different flavors.
You say you got a few different flavors.
Flavors.
Oh, okay. The same though?
Yep.
Okay. When I got now, it was too much going on yesterday. Man, that shit was crazy here, man. 12 had me back like 3-4 hours, man.
For real, sweat. Holy.
Yeah. Yeah, now they shut up Big Nick spot I was in though. We think.
Oh, they shut up Big Nick spot, bro.
Yeah, man. So we got down, we think them niggas gonna come back. We think they gonna come back through. 12 pulled up.
Careful, D. But them folks shut up Big Nick spot, bro.
Man, yeah, I'm gonna come through the window. All this in the living room, it's crazy, why nobody get hit.
And you know what one bid was, bro. One day one of y'all don't get hit, bro. But
Yeah, for sure.
What the fuck wrong with these niggas, bro?
Man, when that little partner just died in Kendrick, about 2 nights ago.
Boy, that's wild. I don't even think Milk know that, boy. He gonna be. Quay had locked up. That's the only reason we seen his ass.
Why ain't he know that?
Hey, he locked up, bro. That's the only reason you ain't seen him, bro.
Yeah, that shit was last night. If you talk to him on the phone, you know what I'm saying? They be like, the shit got shut up, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, blah.
Yeah.
Damn, he gonna be that. I ain't gonna lie, but that nigga gonna be fine. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, man.
That's crazy, but your ass need to goddamn be smooth, bro.
Man, yeah, bro. That's too much going on. Like, this shit. Too much going on, man.
Hey, nigga, bro. Why the hell y'all ain't got no drop on these niggas, bro?
Man, nigga hand, bro.
That's wild, bro. That's wild. Bro. I'm on the way to the spot. I just got down, whenever you pop out, bro, pull up on me, bro. All right.
So, Your Honor, they were Big Nick spot that they reference is what they refer to the Waters Road address as. And when they're discussing about those other people shot us, and the state's theory is they're talking about the rival gang. And they're, stating that it's crazy that no one got hit because there was a significant amount of shell casings at Waters Road. And then he states, one of their partners died a few nights ago, which the state believes they're talking about Chamel Drinks because this happens after that. And so the state feels that this conversation discussing all of those things, even if it's kind of thinly veiled, is again keeping abreast of the gangs, the criminal street gangs activities, and sheds light on how they are viewing what happened at Waters Road from their own mouth and mind.
All right, can I hear it again? And it really would help if y'all would give me your argument first, so I can know what to be listening for.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, before we start, the state said they. Does the state know or who's speaking to Mr. Garlington?
I do not currently know. I'm at this moment. If I do, I will share, but I don't know who Mr. Garlington's speaking with.
Okay, I think he just meant like that the talkers were talking about a we and a they.
Oh, no, I understand. I wasn't
Okay.
accusing him of anything. I was wondering if they knew because I don't know, and I think that's relevant.
Bruh. D.
Yeah.
Man, that's gonna come look at the weed, I ain't me.
Man, you told me you had it.
I got it now, bro. I got it.
You do?
And I got a few different flavors.
You say you got a few different flavors.
Flavors.
Oh, okay. The same though?
Yeah.
Okay. When I got down, it was just too much going on yesterday. Man, that shit crazy here, man. Twitter had me about 3-4 hours, man.
For real? Sweat. Holy?
Yeah. Yeah, now they shut up Big Nick spot I was in We think.
Oh, they shot a Big Nick spot, bro.
Man, yeah, man. So we got down, we think them niggas gonna come back. We think they gonna come back through. 12 pulled up.
Careful, D. But them folks shot up a Big Nick spot, bro.
Man, yeah, I'm coming through the window. I live in the living room. It's crazy, but nobody get hit.
And you know what one did was, bro. One of y'all don't get hit, bro. But that's crazy,
Yeah, for
bro.
sure. Yeah,
What the fuck
bro.
wrong with these niggas, bro?
Man, when they little party just died in Kendrick, about 2 nights ago.
Boy, that's wild. I don't even think know that. Boy, he gonna be.
Yeah.
Quay had locked up. That's the only
For
reason
real?
you seen his ass.
Why ain't he know that?
Hey, he locked up, bro. That's the only reason you ain't seen him, bro.
Yeah, this shit was last night. If you talk to him on the phone, don't, know what I'm saying? It's like, shit got shut up. I'm saying.
Yeah, Baba.
Yeah.
Damn, he gonna be that. I ain't gonna lie, but that nigga gonna be fine. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, man.
That's crazy, but your ass need to goddamn be smooth, bro.
Man, that, bro. Just too much going on. Like, this shit. Too much going on, bro.
Hey, nigga, bro. How the hell y'all ain't got no drop on these nigga, bro?
Man, nigga hand, bro.
That's wild, bro. That's wild. I'm on the way to the spot, though, bro. Just got down, whenever you pop out, bro, pull up on me, bro.
All right.
All right.
Any further argument on this one?
I have some, Your Honor.
Okay.
We don't know who Mr. Garlington's talking to. Mr. Stillwell is not a part of this call, so this would have to be a statement in furtherance of a conspiracy. There's no apparent criminal conspiracy that's being discussed. It's a retrospective statement about them being shot or them being Garlington, and I don't think he names anyone else that was there, but Garlington is telling this other unknown individual that people shot at me at Big Nick's spot last night. That is a retrospective statement that falls under the line of cases that Ms. Harvey just cited, and there's also, of course, 11th Circuit cases that talk about spilling the beans as well. So I don't believe that there's any apparent conspiracy that is being discussed here. They're victims, and also anything that's said that's a retrospective statement is not in furtherance of the conspiracy.
Okay, well, I don't hear it as entirely retrospective. They're talking about whether they should be thinking people are coming back, whether they've got the drop on people. It sounds like that's still an ongoing conspiracy, so I'm going to permit it under that exception.
Your Honor, if I could be heard just briefly on the issue.
Yes.
I did, sorry.
Like,
I know.
look
Where's
at
this
all
coming
the-
from?
yes.
Judge, I did hear in the audio recording a name, Quay,
Yeah.
that was heard. And under 403, in an effort to not be misleading or confusing the jury as to, there are a number of people on the indictment that have names that are similar in nature. So we don't know what Quay or that they're referring to. And I would just ask for the court to provide at least somewhat of a 105 instruction that deals with or ferrets out who they are actually referring to, because I don't believe, I know that they're not referring to Mr. Marquavius Huey.
Okay, and
So I would like to.
is the AKA, I don't know how to say it, I wasn't here for the beginning of this trial. Is that also Quay or is that Qua?
Well, from what
Or no, that's Mr. Nichols. Qua. Are there any Quays that are AKAs to any of the co-conspirators named on the indictment?
Well,
No, but there are plenty of quays as opposed to quas that are mentioned in these wiretaps, none of whom are identified. This particular phone conversation has a quay is locked up.
Yeah.
And that, well, I didn't want to bring this up at this point.
Any idea who the Quay they are referencing in or belief as to who that is?
Your Honor, as I do not know who exactly they are speaking about. I can work on finding out, but I do not know.
Any idea whether it's a member of this alleged gang or another alleged gang?
I do believe they're speaking about, well, I want to get clarity from exactly who they're speaking about before I speculate. So I will find that out, Your Honor. And the state's position as well is if the state, there is any number of things in a trial that can come up that the state is not going to be, other than this wiretap played before the jury, the state is not going to be making any wild reference about who that, like this specific second clip where they say that is not going to be a huge theme of the state's case. So I don't feel that, a limiting instruction is necessary, but I still will determine, at least within the gang experts and ABD, of who they believe and who the state's theory believes they're talking about.
And the reason
Somebody can probably tell me the nickname or street name or whatever that Mr. Huey is alleged to go by. How is that pronounced?
in the indictment,
Right, that's what I'm talking about.
Initially, by the predecessor judge, he used Qua, and then there was a correction or amendment to that reading, and he referenced Quay. So Mr. Huey has been referenced in the indictment and has come out during this trial.
In front of the jury?
In front of the jury. Do you know Quay?
Okay.
So that's why it's important for our team to make sure that there's no misleading or confusion under 403 as it relates to who they're talking to in this particular recording.
I mean, it sounded to me from the conversation that they were not talking about anybody that they were a compatriot of, but possibly somebody that might have been the opposition. But Yeah, we can circle back on that.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
Your Honor, the next call we'll be going to is 6:35. This is on March 17th at 4:10 p.m.
Give me just a second.
Yes, Your Honor. Oh, I might have skipped one, Your Honor. I actually believe the next one's 5:23.
That's what I was about to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp, which is at 9, so it's roughly 3 hours after the call we just discussed. And
Okay.
yes, Your Honor.
So 513. What's the page number?
It is page number 523, reference number 513.
Okay. All right.
And Your Honor, the state's theory of what this call discusses is, for one, there's a mention of they flipped a car under the bridge by the Ville. The Ville, the state believes, is Mechanicsville. Shamel Drinks was murdered near a bridge in a vehicle. And so they're also discussing the funeral of the March 11th murder of Mr. Ford and Mr. McMiller.
Do we know who the other person is?
So the call, the phone number, which ends in 0484 for this call, I have associated with a Mr. Wright, who is a 30 Deep member, according to APD Game Detectives, with a nickname of WOT. So, Your Honor, we're going to play that call now.
You ain't doing our favor, boy.
I've been out.
What's up? I ain't seen you, boy.
Man, who the hell just everybody talk to you? I say, but I ain't talk that nigga ass. Somebody in jail, man. Oh yeah, I think.
I didn't talk to Frank. He asked me much.
Yeah, he called me after that little shit him last night. I called him. He shit went straight to voicemail.
Oh yeah, it was like I called the detail on there trying to check up on him, man.
Yeah, man, them folks hit. Them folks shot the spot, man. It's about so
what spot?
He fucking free.
Last night?
Yeah, night. Well, you know, I wasn't even gonna come out. Man, he was like, goddamn, pull up. Ooh, finna be on one. Goddamn.
So y'all was in there?
And boy, about 6, 7 deep. Tunk just had them pulled out, boy.
Damn, that's some food. I thought they already went over there and shot one upside.
They did, but still, man, I'm on some everyday shit.
They double back.
Oh, you talking about
Oh, yes.
right?
Yeah.
No, ain't nobody went next, right?
Oh, no, I heard it a couple days ago. Somebody, they say they went over there.
Oh.
That one ain't know.
No.
You said they just went over there last night.
Yeah, well, we there, man. I'm like, hey, man, boy, I wasn't even finna come over here, man.
Yeah, you talking about, yeah, I ain't even know nothing about this.
Yeah, look, we like to hear, we think, we like, all right, they gonna come back through. Man, we think they gonna come back through so we can hit that motherfucker up, man. 12 pull up, man. Hey, what?
It happened?
Yeah, I'm like, yo, we hit them folk like, cause we got our lights out. So folk like, we gonna have to come in. We gonna have to come in. You goddamn, make sure ain't nobody dead. Man, I hit the back door like, hey, boy, I'm on parole, man. All this shit in here, man.
Hey, you talking about, like, y'all have to come in.
Yeah, no, we just heard them talk to the other officer like, yeah, we go in, make sure ain't nobody. Man, it be them up under the house. Goddamn, man, but 4 of us in the house, they keep saying, man, you don't go out. I'm like, man, I got me fucked up, man.
You took out right?
No, I hit the back door. The folks on, it was on both sides. And I was just like, I seen them on one side, 'cause I was just gonna sit in the car, in the yard.
Yeah.
But I seen them looking at the cars over there, I go through the other way. They know they was over there. I feel like, hey, come here. I'm like, hey, man, I just heard some gunshot. Yeah,
you
I'm like,
say?
hey, I just heard gunshot, man.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where you come from, like the wood. I'm dry here. It pouring down rain. No for like, man, you ain't wet at all, man. I'm like, man, tell me, man. I was in the woods. I don't know how I ain't wet. I was in the woods. But I ain't no sound.
Man, what?
Y'all check that house, found them guns. I went in there, boy.
Hell no, I ain't got nothing to do with
They
that house.
still went in there, though. They checked that. That was good, boy. It be safe.
Oh, they ain't searched.
They'll make sure.
They just looked
they'll
around.
make sure nobody dead.
Yeah, so when nobody know when they went in?
Yeah. They found Mal, goddamn Lil Quay, and another name.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm like, yo.
What they at the house?
Yeah, finna pop out for Colt on her. Colt, they got a little video shoot.
Oh, they got a video shoot.
Yeah. I ain't really been outside, bro. Bro, you ain't got nobody who been trying to say, pill. But nigga, bro,
Yeah, I think I'm get some beer tomorrow.
one guy that told me he get 120 tomorrow. Shit, that 1,800. I told him give me all on. Then I gotta get some weed. But I ain't make no money in 5 days, boy.
Yeah, nigga gotta make something, yeah.
Well, now there been too much going on.
Ain't too much going on, though, yeah. Nigga gotta see what's going. They took nigga get up on the bridge in the Ville.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, I heard. Where the hell you at?
I'm right here in the Ville. I'm right here at the store.
You say you at the store?
In the little 2-4 store down here at the bottom.
Yeah. Where the hell you been at, man?
Shit, I've been around the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even really be popping out at nighttime, though.
It's nighttime. Everything been going on in the day, though.
Yeah.
50, it been dry everywhere, boy.
Boy, I know it, boy. Oh, God.
Yeah,
We probably in that little studio and shit, though. Like, everybody be at the studio with. Other than that, like...
What they talking about McMahon, though? What they funeral and shit?
McMahon was gonna be private with, Bid gonna be goddamn public. They say, McMahon mama wouldn't let Thug pay for the film.
Oh, yeah, they were like, they say his mama like, well, she only wanted to come.
Yeah, they said she don't even want her to come.
Yeah. I already told them before, but folks' family gonna be talking crazy anyway. Like, they gonna be, like, we don't want no money, nothing. Like, they gonna be tripping.
Yeah, you know how.
That's how this shit be, yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, damn.
And why I know he just like, man, he just respect it. He just know how this shit is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I never said what the hell you had going on. I just chilling up.
I'm pull up on you like tonight or tomorrow or something.
All right.
All right, so I can see the part about needing to get drugs and money to, drugs to sell coming in as a co-conspirator statement. The rest of it, you're gonna have to flesh out a little bit more how that is anything more than them just kind of talking about stuff that's already happened and a funeral that's gonna happen, but that isn't, a part of any kind of conspiracy.
Understood, Your Honor. And also, because this came up again on this call, one of the Quay that they mentioned very briefly, there is, I don't know definitively they're talking about this individual, but one of the individuals at Waters Road is Quaytez is his first name, last name Arnold. So they may potentially, in reference of who was at Waters Road with them, be referring to that individual just through context. But number two, a key part of this call that the state wanted to introduce was when in the state's reading of this call, when they laugh about I heard that someone got flipped, they flipped a car under by the bridge in the Ville.
Yeah, I heard.
And then they kind of laugh in a way that's like an inside joke laughter. And Demekion Garlington is one of the individuals charged with Chanel Drink's murder. And so when they make that comment, that specific comment, to answer the court's question, I believe that them laughing and saying that, I don't know. I guess the truth of the matter of that would be that there was someone whose car was flipped in the Ville. I mean, the state believes they're talking about Chanel Drinks, but it's not saying that he's confessing to that, but it's the fact that they're laughing, saying that I think that the state believes is important in terms of when they make that comment, that reaction that they both have kind of instantaneously is an important contextual detail of how they discuss kind of light reference to something that's eerily similar to the murder of Chanel Drinks. And so that specific portion, the state believes has a non-hearsay purpose, which is really their laughter
Okay.
to that statement. The state does agree in terms of, I know we initially stated, or what we provided was the entire call, but so the state, what I will do, Your Honor, is to provide clarity for both defense counsel and the court, is I would like to, I can by tomorrow at least have the state's proposed time hacks of what
Okay.
we would play so that we can address it tomorrow efficiently,
Okay.
because I don't want to, if the court permits.
Okay. I'll let you do that.
And does that include addressing the issue concerning that name, Lil Quay? Again, that gets us into that same issue. While the state says they have a theory on who they believe that person is, who is not Mr. Marquavius Huey, we again are left with this confusing, misleading information concerning Quay again. So I would ask the court to take that into consideration as well. We believe, again, we think that it's a confusion.
I mean, that reference was to Lil Quay and it wasn't to him, whoever Lil Quay is, doing anything wrong. So,
Well, again,
I mean,
agree.
if you want to come up with some instruction that, I mean, I can't give an instruction that says you may hear a reference to a Quay in this call. That's not Marquavius Huey, because I don't know whether it is or not. So, I mean, I can't give that instruction. I'm not sure quite what you want me to give. Hey, a lot of people go by Quay.
Well, I want you to help me out with 403 and how sometimes evidence should be left out if it's confusing and misleading to the extent that it
Well,
causes a jury that
It may be that part of this is not in the more narrow. So let's talk about that
Thank you, Judge.
whenever we come back to that.
Thank you.
All right. Remind me.
Yes, Your Honor.
We're reserving argument.
Yeah, we're just gonna, no point arguing if
Right.
it ends up being two little things that,
Okay, thank you.
yeah, we'll just come back to this one. Sure, but let's find out what they are first. And give me a second. I mean, you can be queuing it up, but I've got to write myself notes so I know why we're coming back to
Yes,
stuff.
Your Honor.
Okay, ready.
Yes, Your Honor. So the next call is going to be 635, PDF page 635, reference number 624.
All right. So what's going to be like the significance
Yes, Your
of
Honor.
this, and why do y'all think this comes in?
So, Your Honor, this is Deamonte Garlington speaking to the caller about the search warrant on Waters Road, and says that Miss V is on them, in the state's theory referencing Detective Viverito.
Okay.
He calls the individual on this call Unc, like UNC. I don't exactly, the state does not know who definitively he's talking with as Unc. I would like to reserve this one because to know with this, the topic of this discussion, it's more important than in other situations where someone's like asking for a gun or trying to get drugs, of this individual's relationship with the street gang.
Okay,
If I could add this to one to discuss tomorrow.
sure. So we can come back to this one.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
513, we're coming back to in 624, or it's 523,
523 and
635.
635, yeah.
And Your Honor, on a similar vein, this is the only other one I see coming up recently. 820, which is PDF page 820, reference number 806. It's the same number, same individual.
So come back to that one.
Yes, Your
too?
Honor. Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor. So, Your Honor, the next call is 1079. Excuse me. Is that right? Okay. Yeah. This call's on March 21st, 2022.
I'm just going to add this before you listen. I just want the court to know that my client, Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Nichols, had been arrested by this time.
All right. Thank you.
And so, Your Honor, in the states, what the state highlighted in this call, just before we play it, is they say that SHIT just came in, and Unfunk, who is defendant Williams' brother, has already pled out on this indictment, just called and told me to pull up. The state believes that they're talking about some type of contraband drugs when they say that it just came in and told him to pull up. The reason the state, I don't definitively know, it's not like I have a eyes on Garlington and he goes and picks up a bag of drugs, but it's in the context of other wiretap calls where Garlington is primarily selling Percocets. And so that's why the state wanted to highlight this, because it speaks somewhat in code and also references another co-conspirator when he says, the shit just came in, Unfunk just called and told me to pull up, which is like in reference to going to get it from another co-conspirator, at least in the state's theory.
Okay.
And Your Honor, this is a very brief portion. We're going to start at 26 seconds and end at 31 seconds.
Yep. They called, so I said,
For the record, we're starting at 23 seconds, Your Honor.
man, what you say? I said, shit, they came in. When they called, so he go, so he pull up that now. He hit 9 times.
Any argument on this one?
Yes.
Okay.
Once again, too long on guesses and too short on facts. It's just an assumption. It's the fact-free world of conjecture.
Their argument is a reasonable inference that could be made by a jury from this evidence. That's all that's really required. So how about an evidentiary objection? Any of those?
Relevance 401.
Relevant to their argument that part of what the enterprise engaged in was illegal drug sales. So overruled.
Your Honor, the next call is PDF page 1124, reference number 1109. This is on March 21st. The key part of this call, and the state's intending to play 17 seconds to 19 seconds, is the individual says, "I'm trying to get the weed, answer your FaceTime," which again goes to the state's theory of before and after or during criminal activity, they utilize FaceTimes so that what is discussed can't be recorded and phone logs or phone references are not tracked.
Yo.
For the record, Your Honor, we're starting at 14 seconds.
What's it? Yeah. Okay. Kind what you doing? I'm trying to get the weed. What is it? D? Yeah. All right, so I'm calling you. Matter of fact, I'm see your FaceTime. I'm right here at the spot. I'm see your FaceTime. Look, too. All right.
And Your Honor, we ended up playing it till 29 seconds. I think that was a typo. It was meant to be 17 seconds to 29 seconds.
Any argument? Any objection?
Same thing. Again, it's speculation. I'm trying to get some weed. That could be to smoke a doobie over a steak that night.
Could be. Nonetheless, evidentially speaking, it is admissible under the co-conspirator exception.
Well, and remember now, Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Nichols are incarcerated. So if somebody else is out there trying to do something on their own, it may not be admissible against Mr. Stillwell. and
I'm
Mr.
just
Nichols.
not buying the concept that just because somebody is in jail, they're no longer a part of an ongoing conspiracy. I mean, in an ideal world, that might be true. But there's, and that'll, y'all have to, if you want to make that argument or present evidence that it all stops, then
Well, it presumptively stops them upon arrest. I've heard no argument to you or any proffered facts that either one of these gentlemen continued to be involved in the drug conspiracy on the outside after their arrest. The presumption is the arrest stops it.
well, I mean, I guess at least as to Mr. Stillwell, I might need to revisit the whole thing about drugs found in his cell.
Your Honor, I was just about to say, because the Harvey rule is in effect,
You're opting out of that
I
one?
am opting out of Mr. Harvey's argument, and I'm opting out of the Harvey rule.
That would be smart of you for this particular argument. So, I mean, he might have something as to Mr. Nichols with regard to this, unless y'all got something that would suggest that it's on, this is something that Mr. Nichols continued to be involved with, because I do think the law is kind of that arrest kind of is a pause on certain things, so.
Your Honor, what we will research for the court is, because this, for example, the call we just played was on March 21st of 2022. Certainly both charge counts and overt acts in this indictment in the conspiracy occur after that, as recent, at least in the indictment, as May 9th, 2022, where the search was at the home of defendant Williams with drugs and firearms. With all that said, also you have incidents that happened in both Fulton County Jail and three-way calls from individuals in prison. So it's the state's theory.
Do any of those involve Mr. Nichols?
Well, it's the state's contention that because of the RICO conspiracy they do, because he hasn't avowed himself or disavowed the conspiracy, and this specific conspiracy, as alleged by the state and believes the evidence will come in, shows that this conspiracy operates quite easily and effectively within both prison and jail, as in the attempted murder of Mr. Rayshawn Bennett, as in some of these happened since the case has been in trial. So the state, we will find research on this specific issue, because I am aware of what the court's representing in terms of if you had a drug conspiracy case and one individual, not a RICO, not a gang count, but just two individuals in a drug conspiracy, there's some case law about if one of them went to prison or jail, was confined, you couldn't hold their separate one unless they were somehow communicating. I think the RICO and street gang changes that calculus, but I'll find case law to back that up, Your Honor.
Thank you.
The next call that we will be going to is PDF page 1155 and reference number 1140. This is a March 21st, 2022 call. The state, this is not confirmed, but the gang experts believe that this is Unfunk, Mr. Greer, who was referenced, but it's not confirmed.
Okay.
But what is said and why the state wanted to play this is everything's dying down. So, and then it has a couple expletives that basically says these people think that they're up. We're supposed to get out of town for a little, I'm telling you, man. And it's the state's belief that in the world of criminal street gangs, being up, there's references, not specifically on this wiretap or in this call, but from APD gang detectives about like, it's like a scoreboard, or so being up on someone is like we have more murders or more violent acts on you. So we have the dominance over you. And so that's why the state wants to play this when it says everything's dying down after there's been murders of YSL members, they've been shooting up Waters Road. And then it says we're supposed to get out of town. That's why the state wanted to play this part.
Okay.
And 14 seconds through 46 seconds is the portion the state tends to play. We'll probably start at the beginning just to give some context, Your Honor.
One thing to him, yeah, that shit, FaceTime shit was tripping. I said, let me know, I'm gonna pull up. Oh yeah, nigga, you already know, man. We just gotta move, everything dying down. So now these fuck niggas think they, yeah. That's all we're going on. Everything dying down. Yeah. You know how they go. That's why we pulled up. Goddamn, went out of town for a little minute, bro. Let that shit down the house. No, these niggas, they wanted me to pay for the shit. And nobody want to put in their money to pay, bro. For real. Everybody hesitate to put in to pay for the fucking Airbnb. I'm like,
That's the part of the state.
Okay. Yeah, I already know about this one.
There's no doubt that Mr. Garlington is a talker, but not everything he says furthers the conspiracy. And this is just two people being chatty. And it's just idle chatter and not in furtherance of any aspect of this conspiracy.
All right, I'm gonna admit that under the co-conspirator exception, appears that they're still contemplating future moves as a group. What's our next one?
Your Honor, our next one is reference number 1163, PDF page number 1181. And the part that the state wants to introduce is Garlington is speaking with DeMarco Boyer, whose nickname is Little Co. And so he says, I'm fixing to have Co pull up and give him that stick.
Okay.
And so the state wanted to just highlight the exchange of firearms and reference to firearms in their own. So the state will play it. We're playing the entire call. I believe it's quite short.
Where you at?
Mm-hmm.
I'm finna have Cody pull up. Give him that stick.
All right.
All right.
All right.
When I have this Excel spreadsheet on my computer, I think I read the one above. That's what Deputy Hilton was, who he was speaking with is a female, but he's talking about Mr. Boyer, as in he's telling this female he's going to have Mr.
Okay.
Boyer get his stick.
All right. That seems to be covered under co-conspirator exception. Are there other objections besides that? I mean,
Again, Mr. Nichols is incarcerated, telling somebody else is gonna pull up with a stick. I don't see how that is in the course of
all
it.
right. Well, we're waiting on that law.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
just reserve my objection, please.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I mean, I'll email it to the court and everyone, but it's, I think, United States versus Harding, Harding. It's 2024 United States Appeal, Lexus 14995. It was decided June 20th of this year. It's in Division 3A as in Elisa. And it does say what Mr. Harvey said. Generally, a co-conspirator participation in a conspiracy ends with his arrest.
Oh, yeah, no, I know that's the general rule. What I'm looking for law on is what are the exceptions? When is that not the case? So, yeah, no, I thank you. That maybe wasn't clear about that. I'm looking for what I just said. Okay.
So, Your Honor, the next call is reference number 1205, PDF page 1224. And this is Garlington talking with Mr. Wright, whose street name is WOT, where Mr. Garlington and Mr. Watt, like you've heard reference about 30 deep, it comes up with Mr. Copeland. And so they were 30 deep. Mr. Garlington was 30 deep and then became YSL, but that is who he's speaking with. And the state is going to be playing 904 to 1032.
Okay.
Been talking to who you?
Oh yeah.
Okay. He got a lawyer, right?
They say, bro, gonna get out of boy money. Say you gonna get Brian, and the other nigga he gonna get out of it. Like,
Man, the shot with the clothes got locked up for it.
nah, they who the one they said they looking for. I just talked to him the other day. Yesterday, 2 days ago.
That's the shot on the low, like, oh hell no.
Hell yeah, boy, he keep calling. Hey, D, bro. What the hell going on? I'm like, shit, but I don't know.
Hey, Bam. He called me
Yeah.
like, what's going on?
Man, he calling everybody.
He just drunk.
Yeah, yeah. What ain't did that?
Yeah, I knew it. I knew it.
But you know how that shit, you brother need to gonna have to ride. Nigga know you gonna get through it, but I just know nigga like, nigga ain't did nothing, bro.
That little Jonathan ride, OD?
Man,
I mean, you don't really never know. They don't have no choice. If you bang, you don't have no choice. Like,
yeah.
you see what I'm saying? In real life, like, you ain't got no choice. You gotta go however long they for ride until they let you go.
Yeah. I said them boys gonna be good, but wow. I'm put my name in that shit.
Oh, hell.
And Your Honor, we're going to back up just a little bit. We just started a couple seconds before when the context for this portion to start. And for the record, we're going to start at 8 minutes and 35 seconds.
To the house tomorrow.
Oh.
She came by herself.
Oh, okay. So she had came.
Yeah, I had my phone on. I wanted to see the news and shit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what? Oh.
He still been talking to that little hoe?
Who?
Who you with already did that first?
When?
I said, AP, you still been talking to that little hoe? Who you with?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. He got a lawyer, right?
They say, bro, gotta get out of them boy money. Say he gonna get Brian and the other nigga, he gonna get out of it. Like,
man, the shot with the clothes got locked up for it.
Nah, they who the one they said they looking for. I just talked to them the other day. About 2 days, yesterday, 2 days ago.
I said the shot on the low, like, oh hell no.
Hell yeah, boy, he keep calling. Hey, D, bro. What the hell going on? I'm like, shit, but I don't know.
Hey, damn. He calling me like, what's going on?
Man, he calling everybody.
He just drunk.
Yeah, yeah. What ain't did that?
Yeah, I knew it.
But you know how that shit, you brother need to gonna have to ride. Nigga know you gonna get through it, but I just know nigga like, nigga ain't did nothing, bro.
That little Jonathan ride, OD?
Man,
I mean, you don't really never know. They don't have no choice. If you bang, you don't have no choice. Like,
yeah.
You see what I'm saying? In real life, like, you ain't got no choice. You gotta go however long they for ride until they let you go.
Yeah. I said them boys gonna be good, but wow. I'm gonna put my name in that shit.
Oh hell no, I'm dead.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's the portion, Your Honor. It's the state's theory that when he says bro is going to give all the boys money, he is referring to defendant Williams. That's a common theme that the state has put forth argument on to the court. That's why the state wanted to include this in terms of when criminal street gang activity occurs, trying to further the conspiracy through that. That's a common argument the court's heard about the relevancy of that, Your Honor.
All right, what about the rest of it?
So, Your Honor, they when they mention little Shorty got locked up for the clothes, Miles Farley, who was charged with, he's one of the individuals charged with Chanel Drink's murder. He had a clothing line like Keep America Slime. And so that when they say, this comes up a couple times in the wiretap, and it's going to come up kind of frequently because you're going to hear later about YFN and some Goodfellas, which is another street gang members, attacked Miles Farley when he was in the Fulton County Jail. But people reference him in terms of little Shorty who sells the clothes. And so it shows familiarity with, and he was not on this date of March 22nd. I do not believe he was not arrested yet. And so that was the portions that the state, and then they say he's just gonna have to ride, don't put my name in this. And at the time, of course, Mr. Garlington is not arrested either for this. And so we're gonna get in a couple calls where he gets nervous when he hears about stuff on the news, or they'll warrant out, because when he's making these calls, he's obviously not incarcerated.
So, in regards to the second part of that call, it is Mr. Garlington giving his retrospective version of events and talking about what Mr. Farley is feeling, to apparently the state believes this is Mr. Wright. I don't know how this kind of, again, idle chatter about what Mr. Farley is going through and everything else, while the state might believe that's relevant, it still has to fall under a hearsay exception. And this sort of chatter is not furthering the conspiracy. And so, I mean, I see the state's argument about relevance, but again, they need that hook to fit through a hearsay exception.
Is there some other meaning to when he says he's just gonna have to ride? Y'all have a theory as to what that means? I'm so sorry. Are we just gonna have to ride a theory as to what they mean by that?
So the state's theory in this context is essentially he's gonna have to ride it out. Like when Farley he didn't have any criminal history to my knowledge before this happened. And so what ends up happening is when he goes to Fulton County Jail and some of these calls that come up, they try to get protection for him. And so they're basically like, he needs to ride it out, not tell on anyone, not, panic, and just stay the course. That's what I believe that they're talking about.
All right.
That's the state's theory.
Okay. I mean, I thought that might be what the theory was, but I mean, that sounds like them still sort of, here's our plan for how we're going to handle this as we, the enterprise, go through it.
Well, the way I hear it, Your Honor, respectfully, is that Garlington may opine like that's what Mr. Farley needs to do, but there's no directive or plan to convey that to Mr. Farley, as far as I can see in this call. So, I mean, even if it does mean he needs to ride it out, I mean, that anyone could say, oh, someone else just needs to be patient. You need to ride it out. You need to let the criminal justice system run its course. But the state, I think, is making a huge jump from that to, oh, he needs to be quiet. And
Well, right after that, he says, don't put my name in that.
well, and that's to me,
So, I mean,
that's Mr. Garlington.
this may not be that every indicted and unindicted member of the co-conspirator is on, a Zoom call saying, all right, here's how we're going to do this. But everybody doesn't have to know every little thing everybody's doing under the law. So I'm going to admit this under that exception.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
I believe I heard a reference to what I think is my name, and I would ask the court to exclude that.
Yes. Can y'all redact that out, please? Yes.
And of course, we'll do as the court instructs. We do have a point at which we believe later on in trial that we would be presenting evidence, and we would ask the court's permission, bring it up to the court as Judge Glanville had instructed us to do so. There will be a point where we believe it will become necessary to bring up the fact that there has been representation of multiple persons, or an attempt to provide representation for multiple persons in YSL. By Mr. Steele, he is correct that we were instructed not to bring up his name before we brought the issue before the court so that the court hears it. the court may or may not be aware that prior to trial actually starting with this jury, we had a hearing on whether or not Mr. Steele should not be qualified to represent a party in this case. The judge determined that there was not a conflict, but also noted that the case may be that the state has the right to present that evidence, but before we do, we have to bring it to the court's attention and litigate that issue.
All right, well, at this point, y'all haven't done that yet, so excise his name.
Yes.
And when do you expect to get to that point?
Because this is, I believe, the second reference that we've had, there will be multiple times. We didn't want to bring it in, like piecemeal here, piecemeal there. So it would be later on, like at the latter part of the trial, around the time that we present the Drinks murder, that we would be bringing up Mr. Steele's representation. If the court permit, we're going to bring it to the court's attention.
Okay, so I don't know. Obviously, we'll need some more non-jury days at some point besides what we've had this week to sort out other issues that we know are on the horizon. But for right now, let's just take his name out.
Yes, Your Honor.
And let's leave his name out of that, no matter what my ultimate ruling is on why it might ultimately be relevant. All right?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't we stop and take a restroom break? Be back at 3. That gives everybody about 12 minutes.
Yes, Your Honor. The following after that is reference number 1739, PDF page 1762, which is a March 28th, 2022 call. And on that call, Your Honor, is Little Co. Mr. Boyer, who asked Demekion Garlington that he needs to come get the blick, and he told Garlington to take it home with him. And then Garlington replies that he has his fire at the house, but he just didn't bring it with him. And then they asked for an address. Again, that's what the portion of this wiretap call the state wants to play to show, one, how they reference firearms, and two, how firearms get exchanged between members. Quamarvious Zachary, which the court has heard about when we went through his interview, and other evidence will come out. He gets arrested with a firearm that ballistically gets connected with the shooting of 1007 Hill Street, which was the mother of Mr. Bennett's mother's home. It's common, but the state doesn't actually believe or have evidence of that Mr. Zachary himself was part of that. So it shows that firearms get switched, exchanged, passed between both YSL gang members and sometimes other or allied street gangs. And so again, that's why the state wants to play this. It's a brief portion.
Okay, and it's to show how they reference the guns, like the terms they use to reference the guns, flick and fire, and that they exchange them amongst each other and allied people. Do I need to listen to that, or?
The state does not believe you have to, Your Honor,
Okay.
unless you want to.
I don't want to unless I have to, because I think it goes a lot more quickly if we don't have to cue it up, listen. If I need to, I will.
Well, before I argue about the admissibility, it says the entire call. So is the state representing that is the subject matter of the entire call, or they're going to limit the excerpt to that discussion?
That is correct, Mr. Sharp. And I don't believe it's a very long call. It's 2 minutes, 52 seconds. I will get more clarity, but it's where you need to come over and get this blick. I'm geeked up at the studio. I told you to take the blick back. And then they mentioned running into someone, and I don't have that blick on him. I got the fire at the house, and they talk about send me the address. So I'll find when that time is, but that's the statements that we're referencing.
Okay, well.
I can just listen to it. I'll just listen to it.
Yes, Your Honor.
And we'll find out.
Yo.
Hello?
Yeah. Sorry.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
Where?
Bro, you need to come over here and get me blick, bro.
I'm back. Where the hell you at?
Try to keep them at the same one you just studio you just left, man. That shit got below me, bro. Your ass, I told you to take the blick home with you, bro. It don't matter, bro.
Yeah, you right.
You got to do what folk, then you got to do it to them, bro. Like, come on, bro. You rubbing the niggas in, you having no fight. Oh, that's man. That shit about to blow me, man. I don't like this
Yeah,
shit.
it wasn't even that. It was just like this shit. I'm like, man, shit, I went club. I ain't gonna run nobody out here. This on the TV, but it ran that nigga.
D, man. D, boy. Nigga got down. Nigga got down. He way out. That one nigga. Anytime nigga ain't got that blick on him, twin. That one some shit got down been in the house, man.
Yeah.
Way like that, bro. No blick, bro. You can go get that blick, but you can take that blick home, bro. You can take when you stay home or something, bro.
Nah, I got the fight at the house. I just told you I ain't bring it that, but like you gotta send me the address.
Come to it. Just go get it. Look here, I'm finna pull in right now. You know I gotta have one of these niggas drop the pin.
Yeah.
But I'm pulling up right now.
So like on the GPS, what to type in?
Type in look here, see they come to a little head house. Cause it is after little head house. You feel me? I'm
Yeah.
literally 2 minutes away from the studio right now. As soon as I get there, I can drop in.
All right, well, I'm gonna have her go get my car.
Type in the cave. Yeah, type in down the cave, gone. I don't even know that shit still on it.
So the whole
Prime
thing's-
time, that shit gone too. Type.
Your Honor, this wasn't this. There's a call that was shared in the initial Dropbox
Okay.
co-conspirator link. It's 1760, which is 2 minutes before this call.
Mhm.
That should have been on this XL because it's directly related to why he's talking about getting the firearm.
Okay.
And so that call, I would like to play 1760, and the state also would like to introduce that call. And to give a
Okay.
little context with this is from consulting with APD gang detectives who investigated this in real time. Mr. Garlington coincidentally goes to a hotel in Cobb County, and there's a rival gang member whose street name is Little Blizzy, who, after the murder of Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford, there's a whole lot of, I don't know the way to put it, just vile, disrespectful social media posts about, like, there's a picture of individuals X'd out next to their child, and say now they don't have a father, things of that nature that escalates significantly the animosity and the violence. And so Little Blizzy, though that murder was never solved, but he is in the far end of the spectrum of sending out very disrespectful social media posts after that double homicide. And so the significance, and we'll play this call right now, of Mr. Garlington running into him, he didn't have a firearm on him, and so he just randomly runs into him in a hotel. And so this call we just played when he's talking about coming to get the gun is basically, they're like, you need to keep that gun on you because there's a lot going on. So I wanted to play and apologize for not having this on here. That was just an error. The 1760, which is at 1:56 a.m. The call we just played was at 1:58 a.m.
Okay.
So I'm going to play PDF page 1760, reference number 1736.
Thank you.
Where the hell you at?
Hey, so crazy. So crazy. I was just in the car and tell you I just ran into the nigga, bro.
For real?
How you know? That what you calling me back?
Live. Yeah, not at all.
Oh, I thought nigga said something on Instagram.
What he said?
Nah, not him. The nigga, the Blizzard.
What he say?
Shit, he seen me turn his head
For real?
on DV. Yeah, he seen like I tried to look at him, but like he turned this shit.
What you seeing at?
Man, we at the same hotel
Right now.
right now.
Damn, be safe for that, man.
I know it, but I ain't got no.
The nigga baby for real, J. Carr say he finna shoot a video. He want us in the video.
What about the studio?
Yeah, I'm finna meet them back up here, but he need to come back outside. But at least let me give you a gun or something.
Which one? My side.
The one we were just at.
What was it?
Hold on, they call out.
So that is 1760, Your Honor. The state, well, if the court would like to hear 1762, which is, but
That's what we just heard, right?
we heard 1760, which I think gives a lot more clarity to.
Before that.
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor. So the state feels that both of those are in furtherance of the conspiracy because Meghann Garlington, a YSL street gang member, is calling and notifying people about who he ran into, a rival gang member, and he actually makes multiple calls that we're not going to play all of these, where he's trying to get, and he references this interaction in the hotel.
So, Your Honor, Mr. Garlington has a long criminal history. I don't know when the state feels that Mr. Garlington met Mr. Stillwell, but Mr. Garlington was allegedly, or he pled guilty to committing crimes before Mr. Stillwell knew him, before Mr. Williams knew him, and he has plenty ability to commit crimes without being associated with anyone here. And at some point, we're just, again, I understand that being arrested doesn't absolutely close you off from a conspiracy. I think it's fair to say there is a presumption. I know, but I understand it's not absolute. I understand it's not that simple. But at some point, we are in a situation where we have two gentlemen in jail, and Mr. Garlington going about his criminal life. And that is, whether he's associated with other people or not, or whether the state is alleging that he's associated with other people, everything that Mr. Garlington chooses to do and every crime that he chooses to commit in his day-to-day life does not involve my client, does not involve Mr. Nichols. And the state is, at this point, trying to bring in Mr. Garlington's chatter about picking up guns and selling drugs and all these things that Mr. Garlington's been doing for years, and somehow impute them on two gentlemen that are in jail. And that's my concern. I understand that it's not an absolute that my client is no longer part of a conspiracy, but the state is theorizing, but there has to be a difference between Mr. Garlington's everyday criminality and criminality that is specific to an alleged association with YSL. And that's my concern, is at this point, we're just throwing in his everyday criminality, and it's making my client, who is associated with him through social media and other things, and that's just a fact that I'm going to have to deal with. But at some point, it's creating character issues and prejudicing the defense of my client.
Your Honor, if the state may.
Yeah, who's the other person that,
So,
who the other person is?
yes, it is DeMarco Boyer,
Oh, right, you said that, okay.
who is affiliated with an allied gang, PDE. And so with that said, also in reference, when defendant Stillwell is arrested, there's a contraband phone. He's still speaking with Deamonte Garland. And the state indicted and believes that both Deamonte Garland and Shannon Stillwell, 11 days before this, murdered Shamel Drinks, a YFN member. And this little Blizzy is, again, someone in that same rival gang. So Deamonte Garlington trying to get a firearm to take out a rival opposition is in furtherance of the criminal conspiracy that the state alleges defendant Stillwell is still a part of, and all defendants are, before, during, and after this March 28th call when it's made. So it's not just Mr. Garlington on his own. It's in furtherance of that criminal street gang, which has to retaliate for a double homicide that they are blatantly, disrespecting on social media. And that, in the world of criminal street gangs, cannot be tolerated and has to be handled with more violence. And so that's why the state's theory that this is in direct furtherance of the criminal conspiracy, because if Garlington got a firearm and shot or murdered Lizzie, that would be in furtherance of the criminal street gang. So him trying to get that firearm is helping move that needle forward in terms of the conspiracy.
Understood. These two both appear to meet the 801D2E exception. What's our next statement?
Our next statement is 1759. or sorry, reference number 1759, PDF page 1782, which is March 28th, 2022. I think Mr. Harvey likes the reference numbers. The state likes the PDF page numbers, so I'll give both.
Well, thanks, because the court likes the reference numbers too.
Then that's the state's preference is the reference numbers, Your Honor. So we're going to play, I think it's only 57 seconds of the call.
57 seconds of it, but I don't know where they're starting yet. I don't think they've said that yet.
Yeah, the total call is 57 seconds, Your Honor. And Mr. Garlington is calling. I want to make sure I read. So the state believes the voice sounds like Unfong Quantavious Greer. Not 100% confirmed, but that's who the state believes he's talking with. And so the state, and what is said is Garlington is told that a YFN member wants to talk to him, and the other party tells Garlington to call them when they are all around. So this is in the context of, you know, there's a lot of back and forth, and there's also, so long story short, it's how they are referencing and speaking about a rival gang, YFN, the state wants to highlight, and we'll play that now.
Okay.
Yo, what's up, nigga? What the hell? Right here, shit, downtown. What up? For 77, I went on YSL and come to somebody want to talk to you. They want to talk to me? Yeah, you know the one who I told you about that while I used to be before, though. Yeah. Yeah, he told my man, tell him to call me, bro. Tell him to call me, bro. He not like that, bro. Tell I just want to talk, bro. Good shit like that. I'm like, shit, bro. I relate a message, bro. This shit back now. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. But, yeah, I just relayed a message to you. Type shit. Yeah. So you call when we all around, so we, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's what I'm doing. I'm calling when we all around. So I'm on my side. I'll let you call me, brother. All right.
And so, Your Honor, the state doesn't have, I don't know exactly what this YFN member wants to speak with, but the fact that this is being set up and kind of having like a mediator to talk between them is relevant to show, because this constantly through this trial from 2015 to now, the jury is hearing and the state is explaining, you know, shootings, murders between these two groups. And so the fact that he needs to get a mediator to speak with someone from that established there and us, them. And so whether he actually had this call or not, what exactly they want to talk about, it kind of has a non-hearsay purpose in terms of the fact that he's setting this up this way. He can't just call this person one-on-one or go meet them. That's the main purpose of it, or why the state wants to introduce it, Your Honor.
It seems to them that's, sorry, not being offered in such a way that it would even be hearsay. So it's admitted, I mean, alternatively, it could be a co-conspirator statement, but it does not appear to be hearsay to begin with. All right, what's next?
Next, Your Honor, is reference number 1767, PDF page 1789, which is a March 28, 2022 call. The state believes that the other individual on the phone he goes by the nickname of Dad and is a 30 deep gang member. And what is discussed is Garlington tells, his name is Mr. Britty, tells Mr. Britty that he stayed in Cobb the night before because he ran into an op and didn't have anything on him. So it kind of gives context to wanting to get the blick. He specifically calls little Blizzy an op in this call. And again, it explains and gives clarity to how Garlington views Little Blizzy. And the state will hear when Detective Viverito is discussing this part of the case about this inflammatory social media that Little Blizzy posted, how YSL members viewed him, and why Garlington running into him is significant. Because if there's an us, there's a them, that is a key part of this. So the state will play this call now. It's 1 minute and 10 seconds, Your Honor, so the state will play it in entirety.
Hello?
Eddie, yo,
What's going on, bro?
what the hell going?
Pulling up in the hood?
Pull up in the hood.
Hell yeah.
And
Where you gotta
man, I
go?
go to oh shit, man. We just woke up.
You said you gotta go where today? You about to say you gotta go somewhere.
No, man, I had got down to the hotel in Carl last night, right?
Yeah.
I run to a op.
No.
I ain't got nothing on me. 'Cause I'm like, shit, but I'm finna go out here. I know I ain't right out here.
Yeah.
Heavy.
Go to the gym, like.
Yeah, buddy seen me, and turned the head. You know, he seen you and turned the head. Yeah. He don't even know he got me down bad.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, man. What they even do? Yeah. Right here with Keelan Mooch. I'm probably
Stopped it at 1 minute and 5 seconds. There's only 5 seconds left, but it was that portion about Garlington speaking about what I just described, John, that the state wants to, is why the state wants to introduce it.
All right, that seems to fall essentially under the same things we've been talking about. I'll admit that as under the co-conspirator exception.
Your Honor, the next call is reference number.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes, sir.
And I'm sorry.
No, not at all.
I want to ask the court that if I can have a continuing objection to these phone calls that reference something out in the world when Mr. Nichols is incarcerated. And again, I understand that we've kind of reserved that issue, but I don't want to go on to the next one without saying, hey, I've still got this objection out there.
Sure. And I mean, he doesn't get out again, right? I mean, he's not, so.
Unless you're gonna let him out for, I'll take him to dinner tonight.
Okay, so, I understand that it's, that it covers all of these from the time he's
Thank you.
in until, I mean, who knows how many we're gonna have till now, I guess, if they come up with some other call, but, all right.
So, Your Honor, this next call, reference number 1869,
Mhm.
PDF page 1893.
Okay.
This is Demekion Garlington speaking with DeMarco Boyer.
Okay.
I actually think that this call, the strongest reason for its admissibility is a non-hearsay purpose, because they're discussing, we got to take Buddy's name off that. Because if that individual, they're talking about a song where someone's name's in it, and they literally say, if he gets whacked, you know that stuff's going to come down on us. I don't need nobody trying to put a RICO on me. And then references putting their names in the song. And so a big thing of this, not the thing, but a aspect of this case from opening until present day, is the state using social media, using lyrics, using just statements of co-conspirators. And, the state and defense have different theories of what those things mean. But the fact that they're conscious of what they say and put in a song in direct relation to something that can happen in the real world or in the streets, so to speak, is very relevant, because the state's theory is that there is kind of a double entendre, or it's kind of like a line of how far can you push it in terms of street gang members know what you're talking about, but the police can't use it against you. And so with all that said, I wanted to play this part for really a non-hearsay purpose, whether they put that, I don't actually have the said song, but like whether they released that song or didn't put his name in, is the fact that they're consciously, and by discussing that and thinking through that, is important and is the state's mind's a non-hearsay purpose.
Yo. Hey. Yeah. I'm trying to shoot that red. They. It's a good day. Hey. But I ain't gonna lie, we got to talk. We gotta take better name out of that shit though. We got to, bro. You know, if bro fuck around and get wet, you know that shit come down on us. Yeah. That shit, man, they all hurt. The nigga young Bruce so hot on the east side right now too. They like, I don't know if they trying to build a case against niggas or what. Like, you feel me right now? But they hot as fuck. Like, they jerking out, just laying nigga down about them nigga. That's why they was so hot up down the script the other day, got on blue the other day. That's why they been around niggas fast. So they let come straight to the oh, I didn't need nobody trying to build no RICO on me. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So it's like,
yeah, like the estimate.
so it's also shit like I'm just like thinking, Lil Head was even saying the same thing. He was like, shit, but I was gonna tell y'all nigga this shit, bro. That y'all probably say bro name, bro, cause his ass finna be gone. And even if y'all drop the song now, he get gone, gonna look like somebody had something to do with it. We drop the song later. I mean, you know what I mean? Yeah, you damn sure right. We just gonna take the nigga name like this shit. We just gonna take, like, I ain't even scared shit, still fuck them niggas, you feel me? Just some smart shit, cause I don't think them niggas will want to put a song out there without that. Well, at least we just switch it up, you feel me? Mm-hmm. Even if we say that, like, we don't be Leaky for D, get a Shell, say something different, like, you feel me? Shell got there, Shell don't want that, or some shit, you know, I don't give a fuck, we say the same thing, I don't give a fuck about saying name, but I don't want to, you know what I mean, tie shit in. Yeah, they don't. Say no more. I don't think you're get up and shit in a minute. Okay.
And Your Honor, you heard they're talking when they say the line has something to do with Shell, and it's the state that they're talking about Shell Kell, who comes up repeatedly in this case, and is someone that YSL has been trying, there's violence from January of 2015 until this call was made March 29th, 2022. And so Shell Kell's name comes up repeatedly throughout. And some of the social media I'd referenced about disrespect when individuals get murdered, Shell Kell's social media posts are a part of that will come up in Shamel Drinks. So that's why the state wanted to play this portion, is really for the non-hearsay purpose that they are thinking through, they've discussed the lyrics and how it can impact literally the police, because they're like, if he gets killed, it's going to come back on us. They're going to look at us. So we need to take his name out. So that's why the state wanted to introduce that.
Okay. Anything from the defense on this?
Well, if I am not mistaken, it's being offered for as non-hearsay. And if it's offered as non-hearsay, it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, and therefore there needs to be an instruction saying you can't consider this conversation for the truth of the matter asserted.
So I am a little puzzled as to that issue.
And Your Honor, I guess I started with there's really two arguments, as sometimes there is, in terms of if they put this individual, it's also a co-conspirator statement in terms of they're strategically trying to make sure that they don't get in trouble for releasing a song when they're trying to kill this individual. So the fact that he's like, you need to probably take his name out, that does move the ball forward in terms of the conspiracy, because the conspiracy does not want to get caught. Because if it does, it can't continue as well. And so there's that aspect of this as well, in terms of they're strategizing about, like, it's a good line, but it's too, when he gets murdered, or if he gets murdered, it's going to create a police involvement with us. And he's trying to get him to not release the public song with his name in it, with the purpose to further the conspiracy by not getting caught. So there is it's not an either or. Sometimes there can be multiple purposes or theories, and I think that's appropriate with this specific call.
Okay.
I think they're saying, let's not commit a crime. I mean,
I think they're saying, let's not provide easy evidence to inculpate ourselves. I'm gonna admit that under the co-conspirator exception. There's no crime in releasing a song, as y'all have all argued. What's our next statement?
Next statement is reference number 1974, PDF page 1999. And this call from March 30th. There's reference, so again, this call references Blizzy, who I've discussed with the court earlier. And it also references there's a reference to a street name of Haiti, which is a YFN member, Mr. Higgins, that is also connected with the killing of Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford. And so we're going to play this entire call. And on this call, Garlington also references, he says SB, talking about defendant Stillwell's cousin, who's a female, was followed by a black Durango. There is, the murder of Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford is not solved, but the black Durango, there's reference into it in a couple wiretaps because they believe that that vehicle was involved and is associated with the rival gang. And also Garlington tells the other party again, he's mentioning running into little Blizzy. He didn't have the fire on him. And then he gives the address of where he was staying that night.
Yeah, then Corey called me like, I trying to follow her, yo. You said what? Corey, maybe because she said I tried to follow her? Nah, hell nah. She sound like a nigga trying to follow her. She said a black car, but black truck. So I think she was trying to say the black. The black Durango. And she like the nails and shit like that. I like, she's like, at the door, it was outside the police, like, is that for you? But she like, nah, she wasn't paying attention. So she get in the car. I remember she walked to the car and they like, he tried to hit her. So yeah, she get in the car. Like, the nigga pulled in front of her because she had the bag up. She say the motherfucker followed her from the door. Like, she ran to a roadblock. She was back on the back street in Riverdale. She ran to a roadblock. They did a U-turn.
Damn, that's a fool right there.
That might be Buddy though. Buddy used to try to be in her DM talking about, I'm gonna find out where you stay at and shit.
Yeah.
Like he tried to talk to her. It might be Buddy. Then they say he had Durango.
Hey, I don't know. Hey, you know who I just ran into, bro? In car, bro. I told you this shit the other day, bro.
Who?
Man, I ain't had no foul on. I just ran into the nigga Lil Blizzard, bro.
Oh, somebody just got that nigga on the other night.
For real?
Yeah, what he was in?
I don't know. I was in boat checking in the hotel. Like I was going upstairs with the hoe. He was checking in. I see the boy that's on DB, but that nigga turned his head so fast, bro.
And you think he still been playing out there?
Yeah, I don't know.
Damn. What hotel was?
We was somewhere in car, bro. I gotta get the name of that shit. He told to the clerk like he know it. Like, man, damn, man, come on, fuck with me.
Ain't Bay Money now?
Nah, he ain't Bay Money. That mother called, man, I don't, it's some old man.
What street is on?
I had to, that motherfucker, I got the address right here. That shit was called $3380 Overton Park Drive, Southwest. What is that? Overton Park. Overton Park, Southwest. Hello. There's a backside. I'm trying to put it in now.
33. Yeah, wait, another paper. When you gonna go play right there, they be meeting up at 3380. The one that called the police on y'all last time, 3380. So you said 33 what?
3380.
Yeah.
Overton. Park Drive.
OVERT. O-N what,
I
right?
say OV.
Park Drive?
Overton Park Drive.
Yeah, southeast 11. Yeah, right on the back side of Cumberland. I mean, Cumberland, Engine Park, yeah. We'll make the left. We'll make the left come back now. Yeah, we got him. He might be playing right there because, you know, he's scared. He just got spent, him and Hayden, like two more little other niggas. Got spent there and ran on something.
For real? Yeah, I didn't even know that.
Yeah. We ain't trying to play that.
Yeah.
It got to go.
So Your Honor, the black Durango was associated with the shooting at Waters Road on March 16th. I misspoke when saying the Ford McMiller double homicide. So, Deputy Hill, actually, it's connected with both the murder of Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford and the Waters Road shooting. So I wanted to clarify that. And also, Your Honor, there's a reference of getting the address where an op was the night before we got him. And so this discusses past events of running into a rival gang member at the hotel, but also references, be on the lookout for this black Durango, and also has references for future conspiracy activities of getting addresses of opposition gang members. The state does not know exactly who Mr. Garlington is speaking with, but a conspiracy can be furthered because Garlington gaining this information and discussing this still furthers the criminal street gang conspiracy. But I wanted to give all that information to the court.
All right, thank you. Any?
Borrow Mr. Harvey's term about nested hearsay. From my understanding, this call, and I'm going by the state's notes as well, this call has Garlington relaying what SB's cousin, that would be my client's cousin, said to him about being followed. That would be hearsay within hearsay. So I'd ask that anything involving what was said by my client's cousin be redacted.
This again has been put in writing in the state's brief. I wanted to find it, but in terms of co-conspirator statements, you do not have to search through time to, there is not a double hearsay exception or objection that if something is a co-conspirator statement in furtherance, the speaker making it, you don't have to determine if they have personal knowledge or not personal knowledge of it, because the statement itself is in furtherance of the conspiracy. And I will find the case law to back that up, but the state has briefed that issue in writing in the initial, and I'll find the date, kind of general co-conspirator brief. And
I'm not sure if I follow what you're trying to say right now.
I was distinguishing when Mr. Sharp was objecting to double
Yeah.
hearsay or nested hearsay.
Yes.
And I wanted to find the specific. So if the state gives me, not the state, Your Honor, if the court gives me a brief moment, I actually brought this motion with me and can't currently find it, but it's directly on point to this issue.
All right.
Well, there's a difference between personal knowledge and nested hearsay. So let's not go down the wrong track.
We can go down both, Mr. Harvey.
All right.
And find the right answer.
Let's stay focused on the issues at hand and not back and forth with each other.
Me and Mr. Harvey get along well, Your Honor. see. Well, Your Honor, while we find that, for the sake of efficiency, can we?
So, let me ask you this, which might make it not necessary. Are you offering that hearsay that's within this statement for its truth?
The
part about the, I guess, girl saying that a Durango followed her,
it's the fact that,
or that Mr. Stillwell's cousin says that whomever said that a Durango followed them.
Your Honor, it is for them discussing the black Durango, because it doesn't have any additional evidence that like that black Durango on this day and time was outside about to shoot someone. So it's the fact that they're discussing the vehicle that's connected with the murder and the Waters Road shooting, the fact that he's discussing in opposition terms Little Blizzy, and the fact that they are discussing whether they actually got the address and found the opposition member or not. The fact that they are discussing that is relevant in and of itself. And the state doesn't have, so the state is not intending to say, aha, 5 hours later, they went to someone's house and shot them. So it's the fact that they're discussing all of these things, which is really a non-hearsay purpose.
Okay, well.
To answer the court's question, Your Honor.
Not sure to answer the question, but what I take from that is that your answer would be, no, we're not offering the nested part to establish that somebody actually followed her in a black Durango. Is that true?
Yeah, correct. We are
Okay,
not.
in which case that is not hearsay. And the rest of it comes in under the co-conspirator exception.
Well, whether the state's intent is to do that or not, it asserts a fact that is harmful for my client if believed. And I don't know how the jury is necessarily supposed to compartmentalize, oh, well, this is not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It seems to me that it would be, if it's not offered to prove that, I mean, this is important evidence if believed against my client, because it suggests that my client is responsible for Shamal drinks, and therefore other people are now following my client's family members. So it's not just a little deal in my mind.
Okay.
And so it seems to me that even if the argument is we're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, it would fail a 403 test, because what does it matter really that my clients, for the purpose that they're claiming, that they're discussing the goings-ons of the quote-unquote opposition, what does it really matter other than to just make reference to my client? What does it really matter that my client's cousin is the one that said it? If we want to redact my client's SB's cousin from that, that's fine. I don't have a problem.
All right, why don't we just do that? It'll make the whole thing easier.
Judge, the importance of that part is that whether there was actually a black Durango following anybody or not, there was their belief that they were. There was this belief that was shared among them. The reason that this is a co-conspirator statement is that they are participating in the enterprise by apprising one another of things that could harm them.
Yeah, the appraisal part's not the issue. Do you lose any of that by taking out the two? I mean, if they even say SB's cousin.
We could listen to that part again to ensure that we are accurately asserting what is being said. But our belief is that the fact that something they believe is endangering one of their members' families is something that is causing them to act. Yes. So that is the reason that we believe that remains inside that statement, because by making one another aware of a potential danger, whether it exists or not.
Family member of one of their co-conspirators.
Yes.
I mean, honestly, I don't see how. I think it's a bit of a it's not that it's a stretch, it's that you'd have to pile like, you know, one building block on another to get to, if some bad guy out there is following a cousin of your client, that must mean your client has committed some crime against a member of that group. I mean, yes, it could be, you know, put together that way, but it's hardly like, oh, A equals B, therefore C.
Well,
It just isn't.
This conversation occurs days after a murder occurred that my client is charged with.
I understand.
And I think the state knows exactly why they want to get it in, and that's why they want to keep the reference to my client's cousin saying it. It's they want the truth of the matter asserted to be brought in front of the jury, and it's if their interest is just that they're aware, then there's no reason that they're aware that people are following them. There's no reason to include SB's cousin. They could just put it in. They could just put Quay or whatever. Quay said this, and they don't lose anything.
Okay, so what they lose is then they're just saying, hey, some random person is getting followed by a Durango.
Right.
And that's what they don't want to lose.
In the context of the conversation, no, I don't think it's just some random person. It's obviously someone they're associated with and concerned about because they're talking about it. So it's not just some random person.
All right, I can listen to it again, which I don't need to do here. I will just circle back and listen to this one again.
And Your Honor, I'd also point out that Mr. Shard is making a 403 argument.
Yeah.
And given that there's nothing about this belief on their part that is substantially more prejudicial than probative of the fact that they believe that this Durango is following a member or a family member of one of their group, and that belief is being shared, and in order that they do something, that they act accordingly. They're participating in the enterprise by.
Yeah, that's not his argument. His argument is that because the Durango is following a relative of Mr. Stillwell, that must mean that Mr. Stillwell committed the crime against their group a few days before, which is what I'm saying is a whole lot of building blocks having to be stacked on top of each other. But I will take another listen.
And it's not that it must mean that, it's that it's evidence of that.
And I mean, if it is, you know, it is. I mean, that's why the state puts up one case, and if the defense chooses, they put up another case, and in between there, they cross-examine all of the state's witnesses so that all of the different theories can get presented before the jury that all the sides want presented, and they can sort out what they believe to be the facts and apply those facts to the law.
But I'm not going to be cross-examining Deamonte Garlington, and I'm not going to be cross-examining Quay.
No, but you are going to make a closing statement, I would suspect. So, I mean, it's how trials work. So I will take another look and I'll let y'all know.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Your Honor, the next call we're turning to is reference number 2119, PDF page 2145. This is on April 1st of 2022. And the state, this is defendant Stillwell on a contraband phone talking to Deamonte Garlington about a number of things. He discusses, so there's a lot of discussion about the Chamel Drinks murder where we're going to ask to play this entire call, but defendant Stillwell says he doesn't know why Miles got out of the car, referencing to Miles Farley. And Miles Farley was arrested April 1st as well, which is the same day that this call was made. He also discusses we had referenced this some earlier, but they're kind of like they're trying to decipher how Farley is handling getting arrested on this serious charge of murder. But there's a lot discussed, but we would like to play it. But it mentions a number of different relevant circumstances to include defendant Stillwell tells Garland that it's ugly and he needs him. He also states, and they discuss, Garlington tells defendant Stillwell that Dolly said Thug's not talking to anybody. And Garlington says it should be funny. He should be funny and post free Wyeth and Lucci, because at the same time, Mr. Bennett is also in the Fulton County Jail. And so also defendant Stillwell tells Garlington that the gunpowder test will come back clean, so he isn't tripping, which the state believes is in reference to the vehicles utilized in the murder of Shamel Drinks. So the state's going to play this call from the beginning to the end.
What's up, bro?
What's up?
Every,
Say what?
every,
What's up, man?
what the hell going?
Man, shit, right here, listen to the new weapon.
Huh?
I said, right here, listen to the new young boy. What you got going? Good night.
Yeah, you know, I can't hit you on that other phone. Shit, bro. I'm on that motherfucker.
For real? Are you on? Oh, this another one?
No, it's
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. I know. I ain't just like FaceTime her to say. That's where you at. I tell her I ain't forgot it.
I really can't respond, so I just like, yeah. I can't, man. That motherfucker, they don't fuck tripping on that motherfucker.
For real, man.
Yeah. I said one shit. I said shit. I'm gonna go straight to my grandma house like that. I had stay out that motherfucker.
Yeah. But she told me that moved your style.
Yeah.
Right now, like what? Don't know it inside.
Nah, I'm with Fred.
You a friend?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And they do the Fred.
They do. Yeah, they. Damn. Somebody said it. T-Rock was up there with you or something?
Yeah, T-Rock was downstairs with me.
Yeah, cause somebody at me in the hood. They're like, bro, down there with T-Rock. I ain't know T-Rock locked up.
Yeah. What the hell going on? Everything. What the hell? What's up with Trump, man? What the hell
he doing?
Trump crazy like that.
What he saying?
Just Trump crazy, man. All that little shit there.
You talking crazy about Mal?
Nah, it's about me talking about Miles and shit.
Bro, I ain't on TV. I ain't heard of that.
Yeah, it's a lot of little shit I told boy.
Yeah.
Had me blow.
They blow?
Had me blow.
Oh, yeah. I ain't talked to him, but the only person that be talking to is Mal.
Yeah.
Like, he be asking like what's going on. I'm like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. What the hell?
Like order. Damn, bro. Like
everything is smooth though.
Yeah, I know it. I already know that.
They just got them. They on Miles though.
Yeah.
Cause I don't know why the fuck he didn't get out the car.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I was telling folks. I'm like, shit, what the hell they locked up for? Like, they just saying, like, I'm like, bro, they good. I'm just like, they gonna assume some shit like that anyway. They gonna assume that, like, y'all ain't did, ain't killed him, so.
That's what I keep telling Lil. I keep telling him, like, just chill. Like, I know.
Yeah, cause they saying he panicked.
Yeah, I'm like, this ain't nothing, bro. Like, they just doing that cut. They seen as it got gas. It's like, just chill. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, man. That's what I'm telling. I keep telling him out the same shit. I'm like, listen, bro. Just like you, like, bro. I'm telling him, I'm in the cat. Listen, bro. No. Just tell him before you want to talk, bro. Like,
man, listen, bro. I told Baba, I'm like, hey, tell buddy, do the same thing I did when I went in there. I told him, hey, I want to see my lawyer. I'm gonna say nothing else to me. So he got to do the same shit. Don't say not one word.
Yeah.
Go down what they try to portray or what they say, man. Don't say shit.
Yeah. I ain't know that though, I didn't. Tell me how to. But they tell them, they're like, hey, bro. They're like, hip hop just called. They're like, you heard? I'm like, yeah, nah. I'm like, shit, I know. I'm like, I keep in contact through
You know what I'm saying? They folk. I'm like, I ain't turn on the phone. I'm like, he'll understand that anyway though.
Yeah, I ain't doing that anyway.
Yeah, I already know you ain't. I already know it. Yeah.
Hey, ugly though, boy, I need you.
I know. I already know that. I told her like I told her you 1,000. She said 800
I told her like tell him I need 1,000, but anything in between, just got down.
Oh no, yeah. She ain't doing that, like, bro. You know I got.
Yeah.
I know, like, but I talked to one how today, and she told me, y'all just like be patient, cause she hadn't had my talk for she DM me.
Who White?
Yeah. She like, man, just tell them like, and no, we ain't gonna leave them folk like that down there. Like, they tell them to be patient. It was a date, good morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, man, just tell them to be patient, bro. Bro, I got it.
Well, I already know that part. I just like, I know like how that go. You know what I'm saying? I ain't really tripping on that. I ain't tripping. Like, I've been just trying to keep Buddy calm. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, do that, bro. Yeah, bro.
I don't really be liking that co-defendant shit. That shit had me all out. Like,
yeah, I talk the phone. Like, I been on bro. Like, he had in FaceTime. Like, oh, what's up with Quay? Like, why the hell? I don't know Quay on the phone saying something. Like, I don't know if he on shit. Like, he told real, like, man, tell Buddy got and get his lawyer, bro. We did that shit for him. He paid. You know what I'm saying?
What?
Yeah, that was phone told me. He like, bro, tell him, chill out, man.
Nah, I ain't know nothing about that.
Yeah, then we out downstairs. He was like, yeah, they was on the cell phone. But I ain't say nothing. So I'm like, I know I ain't even upstairs. I'm like, ain't even got access to no phone.
Hell nah, we ain't wasn't nothing like that. Nah, I don't think he said no shit like that though.
Yeah. But then I thought what that was telling somebody, what the hell she saying? Foreign farming.
Who?
She told him they something about foreign farming.
Okay.
Yeah. She really kind of telling me to be careful out with the corn out. And they with the little nigga. I ran into the boy little place by myself.
Yeah?
Yeah, I ran into him. Yeah. I ran into him by myself. Like, that's on TV showing that boy see me turn the head.
Yeah.
But like, yeah. But like, we was on live and coding nobody be on my page and shit. So I don't know who told shot a video chat like, bro, when I ain't run. I say, nigga, you ain't run. You damn sure punch your head, bad though.
Huh?
I say, no, I ain't say you ran. You damn sure touch your head when you see me though. Like,
Yeah.
I ain't knowing what's wrong. I'm like, listen, bro, you know what's going on. Like before all this shit, like shadow was straight.
Yeah.
I'm like, shit, bro, you know. I'm like, you know what's going on. Like, he like, bro, ain't no problem with you, bro, with everybody. I'm like, listen, bro, you know how this shit is, bro. You know how this shit go. Like, I'm like, yo, I used to speak to you and everything. I'm like, shit, that ain't going on no more, bro. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, that's on TV. I'm like, man, I had a little corn right now. I told corn to be quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now they just made a video about an hour ago on Please at the stove with little sticks and shit. Like, yeah, all in hood. I'm like, yeah, good thing.
Man, they on some, man. So I be saying stay away from that. That's police shit.
Yeah, man.
That's 12 shit. I ain't with that.
Yeah. Damn, man.
It's all good. Everything.
I know it. So you still ain't got no light right now? Like they won't take no payment?
They ain't really saying it. But ain't really saying that. You just really like just chill, be patient. Like same thing White tell you.
Yeah. Okay. They ain't been around like they probably say they ain't talking to nobody. Like they like, bro, I ain't never seen that nigga hurt like that. But that nigga hurt behind that shit.
I think they said the one he really, really fucked with.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah, man. Everyone to talk your ass too, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Nigga,
who?
I heard. Yeah. No, I could be funny and quit free wife and loose.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
They had to tell me that shit. I'm like, man, help 12 in here.
Man, what? The Fulton said they called him. Fulton be slamming on him. They say he working the police in the game shit. Like, they say like he got police. Like, he probably don't know, but like they no folk like they watching his ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they butting his ass.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they said they were gonna do it. We got so we pulled them over or some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I don't chill though. Something, I don't know what he on.
Yeah.
I'll tell him boy about this shit. I was like, man, he be like, you ain't gotta tell me. I already know. Like, I don't be got tripping.
Yeah.
Like on the other one, like people like, man, you know, I stand on more. Man, I fought with, but on the other, I think about that on some female shit.
Man, where? Man. Yeah, I ain't on DB. I ain't heard nothing about that though.
Yeah.
But I ain't even talk. Only time we talked to him, I talked to him like the same night y'all got locked up.
You gotta add when you call boy, you gotta add boy what he say, cause I can't really say like, cause she won't really just tell me like in detail, but she just, you know, she just beating around the book. I really be telling her, man, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
On that wasn't none, cause I ain't going for that strand.
Yeah. But you know I got you, bro. I had to go long. Trying to get down. I just had to take care of got down. I know I got you though, bro. You gotta got down the whole time, bro. I know how that shit is. Like I'm knowing like nigga need this shit. Like I ain't got you, bro. I'm here with you, man.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to get.
I ain't gonna, you know, like I ain't gonna ask a word, but like, so like. I don't even have to say your name. Like, she know who I be talking about. I don't be talking to nobody else, but I ain't gonna hit you on that motherfucker, like, ever. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, everything really good, though.
Yeah. I'm like, I heard that shit. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I'm like, bro, that shit was fast as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all it is, just assume.
Yeah, I already know. Like when they got down, go to wiping out and doing them them you know, how they gunpowder for rings, all that shit there.
Yeah.
You gonna come back clean. You see what I'm saying? So I ain't tripping on that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, man. What the hell swimming on? You still in the
Yeah. Okay, what is that?
You know what's what?
LT.
Who? Yo, folk.
Yeah. I was what it is today.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got now out of town now. So he's gonna get ready to come back. I was gonna lie with that.
Yeah. You ain't talked all night. That whole night crazy, bro.
Yeah, I said talk to her today. I talked to her today.
That'd be crazy.
I was telling her, I'm like, he on the cell phone, like, he probably be over there, like, what not? She like, what? You only think you gonna tell on me? I'm like, man, hell nah.
Shit crazy. I don't even be texting that back no more.
I should be texting on, like, on tab and shit.
Yeah, I don't even be responding to that. Crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I'm finna get bro back your phone, right? I'm gonna get up with you though.
I do that, huh? I got you. I love you too.
Your Honor, the call is complete. So I don't know if defense has any objections to this call. I think the court understands the state's position of this. We've labeled it as a co-conspirator statement in furtherance.
Your Honor, Carter Matthews again on behalf of Mr. Marquavius Huey. So there was a reference in this call again to a quay. And our position, as we stated earlier, is that it's a 403 issue that we're making at this time as we did previously. We believe that this is a confusion, creates a confusion of the issues with this, the use of the name Quay constantly. The jury has heard the name Quay in this trial up to this point. They have heard it. We did file a motion for severance at a previous date. It was denied. I'd like to renew our request for a severance on this issue for the record. And on the basis, again, it's a 403 issue with respect to this word name Quay being repeatedly used. I think I've heard it like 3 times, at least in these series of calls. So on that basis, Your Honor, we believe that a 403, and if the court is unwilling to grant the severance under the 403, confusion of issues, confusion of evidence, I would ask this court to, again, reserve the issue to allow us to craft an appropriate 105 instruction that will address this issue.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is there any response right now from the state?
Your Honor, Detective Viverito will clear up, I think, quite clearly that this is in reference to Defendant Nichols, not Defendant Huey, because when they're referencing, they're upset that on a phone call, Mr. Nichols says we did this for Big Bro, talking about the state's theory, Defendant Williams, in terms about we did it, the murder of Shamel Drinks, who was, I've already described kind of the back and forth, but the testimony and the state's theory, so there won't be any argument at closing, and Detective Viverito, who is going to be introducing these wiretap calls, she will make crystal clear who that Quay is referenced on the call. So there won't be any confusion.
Okay, well, that'll cure any potential confusion. So we'll make sure that she does that. All right.
Am I correct in my belief that the state intends to introduce this whole call?
Sounds like it.
Okay, so my immediate concern is around 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Mr. Garlington is talking at this point, not my client. I talked to Funk. I've been with bruh, and he had me on FaceTime like, yo, what's up with Quay? And then Quay on the phone saying something like, I don't know if he on this SHIT, like he told Rel, like, tell buddy, god dang, get a lawyer, bruh. We did that SHIT for him. He paid, you know what I'm saying? Okay, so we got Garlington having talked to Unfunk, who is Mr. Greer, who supposedly, and I'm trying to put it together, it's not completely clear, but he talks to someone named Rel, and then somehow this comes back to Quay, who, Mr. I think that the state is asserting is Mr. Nichols. So we have like a game of telephone with 4 different steps leading to Garlington then saying this to my client. And then it should be noted, my client does not tacitly acknowledge, or I think we've been using tacit admission. He says that doesn't sound right. So it's not that. He pushes back, and it's just nested hearsay times 4 in what Mr. Garlington's saying. So I have a real problem with that, because obviously that is someone who is not testifying to my knowledge, the originator of this, and it's passed around a few times, and it goes directly to my client's innocence or guilt. And it's, this little bit in itself strongly suggests that my client is guilty because the implication is Quay said we did this for Buddy. I'm not concerned about the for Buddy part. I'm more concerned about the we did this part. So that's a major flag right there. And it's nested hearsay. It's 403, any probative value that could come from this, other than its value as hearsay with 4 steps, is negligible. Clearly, they could get out the facts that they're talking about attorneys without going into that segment right there that is extremely prejudicial to my client. So that's my first objection. I would also object that these other conversations about attorneys just generally are not furthering any conspiracy, but those don't. There's an extra level of concern regarding the time around 5:30.
All right, well, I think we've discussed the issue of attorneys potentially being provided by leaders already, and my ruling would be the same with regard to that. What is the state's response to the issue of it being hearsay, inside of hearsay, the we did this part?
So, Your Honor, that this is a classic co-conspirator statement. This is one co-conspirator providing reassurance to, providing direction to, and promoting cohesiveness with another co-conspirator in furtherance of the conspiracy itself, which is YSL, the criminal street gang.
Right, but back up into this isn't just him, this is somebody else saying that, right? And
yeah,
Mr. Shard at least is saying that Mr. Stillwell pushes back on the assertion. And this was a lot, so I might have to hear it again, but
Yes, Your Honor.
if that's accurate, then that seems like that couldn't be, oh yeah, this is an adoptive admission.
So, Your Honor, a couple things. One, defendant Stillwell is quite upset that Mr. Nichols made that. So the fact that Clinton and defendant Stillwell are discussing that, they need to know what's said on jail calls. They need to know who's talking to the police. They need to know who may fold, and they need to keep tabs on both members in jail and outside. So when they referenced earlier about Mr. Farley and how is he doing, and he needs to, so
Yeah, that's not the part that they're raising, that Mr. Sharp's raising an issue about right now.
you're specifically discussing, Your Honor. So defendant Nichols saying we killed him for bro, and Mr. Sharp saying cannot come in this conversation with his client, Mr. Garlington, when they're discussing the intimate details of the murder that they did for bro. The state feels that, and this is why, and I will find the case on this, their conversation, Garlington and Shannon Stillwell, in all its contents, whether they knew this personally, they knew this from like that statement, their conversation is fostering cohesion amongst them because they both agree he shouldn't be saying that on the phone. And that's where co-conspirator 801D2E is a little bit unique, where this nested hearsay, if it's deemed a statement in furtherance of the conspiracy, keeping abreast of the crime, future, past and or future activities, fostering cohesion among street gang members, that type of analysis is incorrect. If you deem that statement and them discussing what one of the other co-defendants did in the murder that the state indicted both defendant Stillwell and Mr. Nichols with, and Mr. Garlington with, I think it is classic co-conspirator hearsay, which takes aside Mr. Sharp's objection. The nested hearsay is not an appropriate analysis if you deem that statement, which the state believes it is co-conspirator statement. That's the state's position on this nested double
I
hearsay.
really need to see your
Yeah.
case law.
Yes, Your Honor.
I think
can we-
that's just an incorrect statement of the law.
I would be surprised that it just makes what would otherwise be a valid evidentiary objection disappear. Maybe it does.
And so if it's hearsay, and I'd have to, like the court, I have to hear that little part again, but if they're saying that it's hearsay, that Mr. Nichols' statement about what they did is hearsay, and Mr. Stillwell is on the call,
Right.
right?
Yeah, this is Garlington and Stillwell.
Right. And when he says that his client pushes back, he's not saying we didn't kill him.
Yeah, no, I don't know, but
That's
let's
what-
hear it again. There was a lot to unpack with this. Maybe it would have been better to take this in sections.
He
but-
says that doesn't sound right. And to push back, you don't need to repeat everything that was said and said, no, that's wrong, no, that's wrong, no, that's wrong.
Well, I mean, it could have been in reference to whatever the arrangements were for an attorney. I don't know exactly where that came.
But let's start with the proposition that it's Garlington and Shannon. Garlington is talking about talking to Funk, who had him on FaceTime. And that's what Mr. Nichols allegedly told Rel, which was repeated by Funk to Garlington. So, I mean, we're talking about layers upon layers. And this is the classic nested hearsay. You can't just say if one state, the first conversation comes in, everything else in the world comes in. It doesn't.
Well, I don't think it does, but the state seems to think that there's law that says it does. So we're going to let them find that. And
So can we play it for the
And if you just want to point me to wherever the original motion is or response is, I can read it on my own. But I mean, if that's easier than you trying to find it right now.
Your Honor, I'm trying to find both the date and the motion itself.
Just be patient. It was a date. Good morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, just tell them to be patient, bro. Bro, I got it.
Well, I already know that part. I know like how that go. You know what I'm saying? I ain't really tripping on that. I ain't tripping. Like I've been just trying to keep Buddy calm. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, do that. Okay. Yeah, bro.
I don't really be liking that co-defendant shit. That shit had me all out. Like,
I talk the phone. Like, I been on bro. Like, he got in FaceTime. Like, oh, what's up with Quay? Like, what the hell? I don't know Quay on the phone saying something. Like, I don't know if he on shit. Like, he told Real, like, man, tell Buddy got there and get his lawyer, bro. We did that shit for him. He paid, you know what I'm saying?
What?
Yeah, that was phone told me. He like, bro, stay at home, chill out, man.
nah, I ain't know that about that.
Yeah, then when y'all downstairs, he was like, yeah, they was on the cell phone. But I ain't even say nothing. I'm like, I know they ain't even upstairs.
Can you play just maybe the last 30 seconds again?
Yeah, I don't know if Quay on the phone saying something. Like, I don't know if he on shit. Like, he told Real, like, man, tell Buddy got there and get his lawyer, bro. We did that shit for him. He paid, you know what I'm saying?
What?
Yeah, that was phone call.
Keep going.
He like, bro, stay at home, chill out, man.
Nah, I ain't know that about that.
Yeah, then when y'all downstairs, he was like, yeah, they was on the cell phone. But I ain't even say nothing. So I'm like, I know they ain't even upstairs. I'm like, ain't even got access to no phone.
Hell nah, it wasn't that like that. I don't think he said no shit like that though.
Yeah. But then I thought what that was
Alright.
telling somebody what the hell is he saying? Farming.
Okay, thank you.
So, Your Honor, our position is that what he is pushing back against, and it's the context of that statement that is the most important, because they're trying to relay to keep someone calm, and that they were talking to Onfont, who was a co-defendant who pled guilty in this case, and they are alarmed at the fact that another member is potentially on a jail call saying that we did that for bruh. And that's the point at which Shannon is pushing back, saying like, what?
Right.
Like, I can't believe that. And then he's like, nah, you know, he didn't do that. And the other guy says, you know, I don't know, he could have been on a cell phone or what, but that's what I heard him say. So his alarm isn't at, he's lying on me. His alarm is that, and this is what we would argue, of course, anyone can make their own arguments at trial, but we believe that this is what the evidence shows, that the alarm is at the fact that this person on a jail phone is saying something highly incriminating to them and sharing this information between them all. And the alarm in itself is evidence of the fact that this whole conversation is in furtherance of that conspiracy, which is the enterprise that is YSL and the criminal street gang activity of YSL. So none of it is hearsay when all of it is statements of a co-conspirator. It is their reaction to their
It's
belief.
still hearsay, even if it's a statement
I'm
of a
sorry, it's a
co-conspirator. So I mean,
exception.
at some point y'all are saying, this isn't hearsay because we're not offering it for the truth. So I know that's not
sorry,
what you
I was-
meant, but
I'm-
let's try to keep the terminology clear.
You're right. You're very, very right.
And I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just want to make clear, like, you know,
You're right. That's
we have got
important.
to all be clear about what we are saying and what we mean by what we're saying.
Your Honor is absolutely right.
All right.
And so that is, we are saying that there is an exception.
Right.
And that this is the exception that it falls under.
Okay. All right. And so again, I understand that the conversation between Stillwell and Garlington might come in under a co-conspirator exception to hearsay. The thing that is at issue is the relaying of Nichols allegedly having said, you know, whatever he said, you need to line up a lawyer or whatever, you need to pay for it because we did this for Buddy.
Right.
And the concern is that either that part is being offered for its truth, or even if it's not, that certainly once the jury hears that, they take that as evidence that it is true.
Understood. So I
So
hear it more clearly.
do I understand you to be arguing that that part of that is also co-conspirator exception, or no?
I need to address that part of it. So one moment, Your Honor.
Sure. Do I have the argument correct that y'all are propounding?
Well, yes. And if, while they're gathering this, Mr. Atkins is listening, I hope. So can I respond? If we break this down, here's what the sentences were. Garlington says, I talked to Funk. I've been with bruh. I don't know who that is. And he, I don't know whether that refers to Funk or bruh. And he had me on FaceTime. That could refer to either one of those people. What's up with Quay? That's the next question, next statement. Why the hell? I don't know. Quay on the phone saying something like, I don't know if he, and again, we got a he on shit. I don't know who the he is referring to. He told Rel, that's another person, that's another
But
layer.
that's somebody who's listening. That's not somebody who's talking. So anyway, and also, can I get this portion of what you've written down as a transcript? Because it would be most helpful.
I can give you what we have, yes.
Okay, great.
But I'm breaking it down because now we're on a third person. He told, I don't know. who
Okay,
it
but that's a
is.
listener, so keep going.
Okay, he told Rel, and I don't know who Rel is, and I don't know whether Rel told Funk, and I don't know whether Rel told Bra.
right.
We have no clue.
Okay, but keep going.
Okay, he told Rel, like, tell Buddy, god dang, get a lawyer, bruh. We did that shit for him, he paid, you know? And then Garlington says, you know what I'm saying, to Garfield. To Shannon, I'm sorry. And Shannon says, what? And Garlington says, yeah, that's what Funk told me. He was like, tell homie to chill out, bro. Now who's homie? And who's the bra? I mean, we have so many layers of unknown, and nested hearsay is exactly that. That's the whole point.
Okay, so the short answer is yes, I've got your argument
Okay.
correct in terms of understanding what it is you're arguing.
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, to be clear, because I may not articulate this well, my position with what Mr. Harvey just broke down, at least what these statements they say.
Yeah.
Funk, who was a defendant in this case, and the state believes was a YSL street gang member, him telling Garlington that Nichols needs to chill. Funk isn't charged with the murder of Shamel Drink, so him telling him that is a statement in furtherance of the conspiracy.
Nichols needs to chill. That's not what I'm concerned about.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm
concerned about the Funk saying, Garlington saying Funk told him that Nichols said he needs to pay. We did this for him, so he needs to get us a lawyer.
And Your Honor, the state feels.
But said it to Rel, not to
It doesn't matter who he said it to. But it sounds like Funk heard it regardless.
No.
Do I have that part wrong?
I think you do, because he said it to Rel. Rel said it to somebody else.
Nichols said it to Rel.
Well,
Allegedly. Allegedly, I understand.
Yes. And then Rel to Funk, then Funk to Garlington. So that's 4 layers at least.
So, Your Honor, two things is, and the court may just disagree with my argument, which in terms of.
What I'd like is some law.
Yes, Your Honor. So the case law I was referencing earlier, I will find this date, but there's no double hearsay issue. The statements are admissible without a showing of the declarant's personal knowledge. And I may have been off kilter where I was thinking of, this is what I was thinking of when I referenced to the court, that there's not double hearsay in this statement, is that and I will just cite to this motion because the court can read this but I will find the date. But the state's position is that it is co-conspirator. It is in furtherance. Like the fact that Garlington is concerned or receives this information, that Nichols made that statement.
I understand that part. I
Yes, Your
agree
Honor.
with that part.
So the kernel, that part in the middle.
You understand what my concern is,
I
Ms.
do.
Love. You seem to understand it before, and I'm sure Mr. Atkins understands it too. He's just too busy looking up trying to find the law.
That,
Go ahead.
that kernel in the middle that Funk said, Nichols tells somebody, we did this for bro. Nichols saying, we did this for bro. Nichols saying, we did this for bro. I'll start out by saying, at best or worst, whichever you might want to look at it, Nichols is implicating himself and not Shannon necessarily. He hadn't said Shannon did anything. He's saying, me and somebody else did this for bro. So that's to start there. as Mr. Sharp's argument, that necessarily implicates Shannon, who has to push back. Number two, Onfunk being a co-defendant of Mr. Nichols and a co-conspirator of Mr. Nichols, relaying what Mr. Nichols told to him. Whether or not Mr. Nichols said it or not, it's statements that Onfunk is asserting Mr. Nichols gave to him, even though it's a statement against the penal interest of Mr. Nichols. The reliability of the statement, the statement itself being the hearsay issue, we believe is dealt with in that it would be Mr. Nichols, a co-conspirator of Onfunk, relaying something in confidence to Onfunk, or saying something in confidence to somebody else who he considers a person reliable enough to share something that inculpatory with. Onfunk is not trying to harm Mr. Nichols, so he's not going out lying on Mr. Nichols. He's sharing this information in an effort to help Mr. Nichols, get him to shut up and stop talking. They all are trying to get him to stop talking. So in terms of the reliability of the information, nobody here has any reason to share inaccurate information. It only furthers their purposes to be truthful about what's happening so that they can further protect themselves and inoculate themselves from any harm coming from this man talking. So the harms and dangers of hearsay that are normally present when, the whole reason it's kept out is, we don't know if it's true or not, are handled and dealt with by the circumstantial, I hate to use this, guarantees of trustworthiness given that are present in the way that this statement comes about. It's told in a way, it's relayed in a way that indicates it's shared in order to help, not to harm Mr. Nichols, to help all of them and keep them safe. So it's layered co-conspirator hearsay, if you will, but that first relaying of information, the declarant, Mr. Nichols, saying it to Onfunk, it was a statement against penal interest. But Mr. Greer, who is Onfunk, sharing that information is a co-conspirator statement, which we believe gets us past this idea that this is nested hearsay. And as far as the 403 argument that is being made, in order for it to be so unduly prejudicial as to permit its exclusion, it would have to lure the fact finder into declaring guilt on a ground different from proof specific to the offense charged. And that just doesn't exist here. So we don't believe that they have met, and by they, I mean the opponents of this information coming in. They have not met their burden of showing that this statement from Onfunk regarding Nichols telling on himself, and basically Nichols trying to get help for himself, like bro needs to pay for a lawyer. We did it for him. We don't believe.
Hey, no, sir, Mr. Harvey, stop right now. Stop right now. Stop right now. Mr. Harvey, sit down. I am not going to have you interrupt court. You may object in just a moment. We will get to your objection in a moment. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. There has been no showing that this information is so substantially more prejudicial than probative that it should permit the exclusion of what we believe is obviously relevant evidence.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Harvey, your objection.
Making things up, insane, speculative that might keep waiting for Mr. Nichols. You got any evidence of that?
I don't even understand that to be what she said. Okay, well, the record will reflect what she said, but I understood her to be talking about what was being said within the context of this conversation we just listened to.
Your Honor, just.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mr.
I missed any reference to it. So well is the person to whom this allegedly.
I'm gonna listen to it again. Offline, not in court.
Your Honor, this is where I'm at with this. Just because the state says something is so doesn't make it so.
I understand.
And the state is saying, oh, well, this was done in furtherance of the conspiracy. This was done in furtherance of the conspiracy. The whole point of the hearsay rules, and I understand that the confrontation clause might not be implicated here, but the hearsay rules, the whole point of the hearsay rules is you get to see who's saying it, know what their basis is, you get to cross-examine them, they come to court, etc. And the problem here is the state is just sitting here saying, oh, well, clearly Mr. Umfunk did this to further the conspiracy and click. How do we know? How does she know? Maybe Umfunk, I'm not saying this is the case, but what if Umfunk was involved? Umfunk would have every reason to shift responsibility to other people. What about the next line in the hearsay ladder that we have? We don't know what people's motivations are. And just because the state says, well, their motivation was to do this or do that, she's not inside Unfunk's head. She's not inside Rel's head. So I reject that their argument that they can just label things as hearsay exceptions and it makes it so.
Well, I understand that. I take what everybody says as your argument in support of your position. I don't accept it as fact. It's an argument. I hear the counter argument. Sometimes I hear a lot more counter arguments back and forth after that. And then I make a determination about whether our evidence rules permit this particular evidence. The point of the hearsay rules and all of the evidence rules is so that to the extent the court can help it, only trustworthy information gets before the jury. And that's what we're trying to sort out here. So I understand that the stakes are high. I think that this might be a good time to break for the day. I will re-listen to this. Mr. Adkins, if you can find, either the date that I can find the motion or the case law itself, just send that to Ms. Pursfield. She'll send it on to me. Okay.
And I will try to get the court and send to Mr. Atkins what I read to the court as the transcript of
That would be great. I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right.
All right. I know that y'all are all going to hate to hear this, but sometime during the day tomorrow, and I don't know when, and I don't know how long it's going to be, people are going to come in to work on what hopefully will be a fix to the sound issues we seem to have a lot of last week. And there are a couple of other things going on that the court needs to deal with as well, not with regard to this case, just in terms of scheduling tomorrow. It's going to be quite a challenge to figure out when we might actually be able to get here and use the courtroom for any, amount of time that will be worthwhile. And so we are not going to have a court day tomorrow. Y'all may have other cases to deal with, but to the extent you don't, please, continue to work on this case. We still have a lot of non-jury work to do. I think we did a good job this week of getting to the things that will be coming up in the next several weeks. So thank y'all, everybody, for working hard on that. And we're going to have to circle back on, the stuff that is still facing us in this wiretap and some other things. I understand the state is going to get witness 61 through the end, and the information about the exhibits generally coming in with those witnesses to the defense by Monday. And I will see everybody Monday at 8:45. We'll have the jury back with us then. Okay? Anything anybody needs to put on the record before we adjourn for the day?
The question, Your Honor, we were internally, we wrote down the dates that the court said that we had admin days, but as I was speaking with one of the counsels for defendants, she and I, my team did not have the same recollection, was that there was another period of time that the court had mentioned that we would have the ability to further make these arguments. Was this the only week?
This is the only week so far that I know of, that I have established. I mean, I didn't establish this week, but I have not established other dates that we're going to be in court without a jury. We are going to have to determine what those are because we clearly need some more of them. But the dates that I've given to y'all and to the jury so far are dates that the jury will be out and we also will be out. So I'll just have to, I know one of the things I need to do is figure out some more in court for us, but non-jury dates. And I anticipate some of them will be maybe the third or fourth week of September. At some point, I'm going to try to make them either beginning of the week or end of the week, but I don't know yet. So I'll have to get back to everybody on that. All right. Anything else?
Just for the record, on that last argument that you're considering, it's OCGA 24-8-805. That is what we are traveling under.
Sorry, could you please repeat that?
It's OCGA, Official Code of Georgia Annotated, 24-8-805.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. I doubt if many people know that. They just know hearsay within hearsay, but thank you. All right. If there's nothing else, then we are adjourned.